PMITV audiobook.
A cry can be heard. Flickering light is visible, but everything before my eyes is blurry. Where am I? I try to look around, but my neck won't move. This is strange. What am I doing? I try to make sense of the situation, but I'm confused. What am I doing? I think about it over and over, but no answer comes to mind. Is there anything around me? I try to reach out, but my hands just flail in the air. Confusion rises again, for the umpteenth time. The sensation of my hands feels different from what I'm used to. They are soft and short, like a child's. A muffled voice echoes. It's probably a woman's, and a young one at that. What is she anxious about? When I turn my eyes towards her, I see something golden moving in my blurry vision. It must be blonde hair. This time, it's a man's voice, with brown hair. His voice is tinged with both anxiety and anger. An argument seems to have started. But I can't understand what they're saying. The confusion continues. What's happening? What's going on with me? Eventually, the argument ends. The last thing I hear is the man's angry shout. Then, the only sound left is the woman sobbing. Suddenly, I'm lifted by the neck. An old woman's voice comes from above, but I can't understand what she's saying. By the way, this is the first time I've noticed her. Was she there all along? Then I realize something strange. The old woman is holding me up, and she's still above me. My feet are completely off the ground. To do this, she must be very tall. However, her voice is clearly that of an old woman. She must be of average height for an adult woman, but even then, she shouldn't be able to lift me like this. Come to think of it, how tall am I? How tall am I? Confusion spreads. How tall was I? How much did I weigh? How old was I? I can't remember anything about myself. The woman says something again. The old woman sighs and, reluctantly, mutters something while moving me. A soft hand touches my cheek. It's warm. It seems to be the woman's hand. She strokes my head, and the intense crying stops. It turns out I was the one crying. The man's voice is heard again. It's the brown-haired man from before. He gives some orders to the old woman, who nods and lifts me up again. Then she starts wrapping me in a rough cloth. It's only now that I realize I'm a baby. Reincarnation, that word comes to mind. I must have been reincarnated, and these people are probably my parents. But why? Why am I reincarnated? I can't remember my previous life. But I was probably Japanese. And this place is almost certainly not Japan. The unfamiliar language, the color of my parents' hair, and the fact that they're using a lamp for light, all these suggest that I'm not in Japan. My senses are still underdeveloped, so I can't tell much more. Eventually, the old woman finishes wrapping me in the cloth and lifts me up again. A rough sensation envelops my skin, and after a slight floating feeling, I'm placed in a wooden box without a lid. The man calls out to the woman, and she responds with a sob. The man picks up the wooden box with me in it and starts carrying me somewhere. The man walks silently down a dark path. I'm just along for the ride. A slightly cold wind hits my face. From the rustling sound and the unevenness of the path, I can tell that the man is walking on a bumpy, unpaved road. Where am I being taken? Since I was born, it's been one confusion after another. Let me try to sort this out. I'm a baby, and I was just born. My parents, or people who seem to be my parents, were arguing, and now I'm being carried by the man who seems to be my father. The woman who seems to be my mother probably tried to stop him, but in the end, the man won. In the end, I don't understand anything. As I think this, I yawn unconsciously. My immature body seems to get tired easily. Is this because I'm a baby? I'm suddenly hit by a wave of sleepiness and lose consciousness. It's blinding. That's the first thing I feel when I wake up. The sun seems to have risen, and I can feel the light on my face. Next, I hear the sound of trees. The rustling of leaves never stops. I'm awake, but I still can't see clearly. Compared to yesterday, I can make out a bit more of the outlines, but everything is still blurry. Then I realize something. There's no one around. The man who brought me here is gone. I move my short limbs, and the wooden box I'm in starts to shake. From the sound of it, I'm on the ground. But why is the man gone? I can't do anything without knowing what's going on around me. Of course, there's not much a baby can do anyway. I want to know what's around me. As I think this, I notice something strange about my body. My body is covered in something thick and gooey. It doesn't feel unpleasant, rather, it's warm and comfortable, like being in a warm, pleasant bath. However, it's not a liquid or a sticky substance. It's an inexplicable sensation. An unknown substance. But it's very useful. When I bring my gooey-covered hand close to the edge of the wooden box, I can feel the texture and shape clearly. I can also sense the hardness, color, and smell. I don't know what this is, but it seems useful. Even though it's an unknown substance, I can't think of anything else to do right now. So, I start moving my limbs, gathering information as best as I can. While stretching my short limbs to their maximum to explore the surroundings, I have an idea. Can I spread this gooey substance further? I try to extend my arms and use more force. It doesn't move. I struggle for a while. After all, I've never handled anything like this before. It feels like suddenly having extra arms. But if I compare it to arms, they're already there. It should be possible. After a short while, I feel something moving in my arms, probably along the nerves. This must be it. It's not easy to control, but I get the hang of it. However, a problem arises. Every time I move the gooey substance, I feel more and more fatigued. My arms are heavy, and my eyelids are drooping. It's becoming harder to move the gooey substance. I've reached my limit just by gathering information within my visible range. So, I fall asleep again, having accomplished very little since waking up in the morning. I wake up again. The surroundings are bright. This time, I've only been asleep for a short while. Still, it was an unnatural sleepiness. The gooey substance. I'll call it key for now. Does using key make me tired? I think to myself. Is it safe to use this? The fatigue is clearly caused by this. And it's quite intense. Is it putting a strain on my body, or am I using up some part of myself? I think it's more likely the latter. For now, I don't know. But it's not good to lose consciousness right now. Fortunately, I've already gathered some information about the terrain and the positions of objects around me by spreading my key. I'll be more cautious from now on. First, I'm hungry. I found myself reborn as a helpless infant, only to wake up and discover that my father was gone. To make matters worse, I seemed to be in some forest. In a nutshell, I was in a dire situation. Moreover, I was hungry. Under normal circumstances, a newborn would simply drink breast milk, which the mother nearby would provide. However, I had no guardian, and it was difficult for me to move on my own. The only progress I had made was that I could now manipulate my key, spiritual energy, but using it would cause me to lose consciousness again. I was in a bind. This situation was unsustainable. As I realized this, a thought I had been trying to avoid surfaced. Could it be that I had been abandoned? Could it be that I had been brought to this forest to be left to die? If that were the case, it would be a serious problem. How would I get food? Where would I live? Was this place safe? More importantly, what should I do first? A list of actions to take began to form in my mind. I needed to hurry. I had to survive, no matter what. As for my parents, whose faces and names I did not know, I honestly didn't care. First and foremost, I needed to secure food. I had an idea about ki that had just come to me. If I could expand my ki to touch objects and feel their texture, could I also give objects a sense of ki? In other words, could I touch and move objects with my ki? Could I use an invisible force to affect things at a distance? Could I even cause phenomena known as psychokinesis? Once I had the idea, I shouldn't hesitate. I should try it. My immediate goal was a red fruit hanging directly above me. I didn't know if it was edible, but I had to eat something or I would surely die. I extended my hand and stretched my ki towards the red fruit, enveloping it. When I applied force to the smooth surface, the fruit fell surprisingly easily. However, it fell towards me. Hey! I instinctively cried out and writhed, but I couldn't avoid it. It hit me in the stomach. It hurt. It hurt a lot. Perhaps because I had no muscles, the pain seemed to resonate directly with my internal organs, causing me to writhe in agony. I wondered if I had any bone injuries, but more importantly, my internal organs. The intense pain didn't subside, but my cheeks relaxed at the thought of my first successful harvest. Then, another problem arose. I wanted to eat the red fruit, but I had no teeth. Literally, I had no teeth. I had no choice but to crush it with my ki and let the crushed fruit and juice flow into my mouth. The taste was like an apple, but half as sweet and 3 times as sour. It didn't seem to be immediately toxic, so I ate it, though it was honestly unpleasant. The muscles near my ears contracted. It seemed that an infant's stomach capacity was small. One fruit left me nearly full. I frowned as I finished my first meal in this world. With my stomach satisfied, I had to think about what to do next. What should I do from here? I had no food, clothing, or shelter, all of which were necessary for survival. For food, I could probably gather fruits from trees. However, there were only a few within reach. For clothing, I only had the cloth I was wearing. It would be fine for a while, but it wouldn't last as I grew. Besides, I didn't want to keep using a dirty piece of cloth. For shelter, I didn't want to be exposed to the elements, but I couldn't stay in this wooden box forever. Considering these, I needed a means of movement first. With that, I might be able to find food and shelter. Perhaps I should start by crawling. However, I had probably been born less than a day ago. I had no muscles. I wriggled my limbs, but I couldn't move. I was in a bind. In the end, I decided to rely on my ki again. I covered my body with ki and moved like a caterpillar. When I covered the wooden box with ki, I could move the box as well. I moved as hard as I could and settled in the shade of a tree. For now, this would have to do. I was getting sleepy again. Just as I thought that, I lost consciousness. It seemed I had taken a short nap. With a slightly clearer head, I thought about what to do next. I had a means of movement, albeit a weak one. I thought it would protect me from the elements. Food seemed to be manageable for a while. So, out of the 3 necessities, food, clothing, and shelter, food and shelter seemed feasible. The last one was clothing. This single piece of cloth was not enough. However, I couldn't realistically obtain more cloth. Spinning and weaving threads to make clothes was impossible in my current situation. I had heard of a Japanese soldier who made a loom in the forest, but that was a different situation, and I had no such skills. I couldn't make cloth. Could I find a substitute? Perhaps I could wrap myself in leaves. But how long would that last? For now, it would be fine, as I was an infant. But what about when I grew? A grown body with only a loincloth would stand out in a village or town. From my vague memories, my parents had worn proper clothes. As I thought about this, I felt a gaze. Something seemed to be watching me. I instinctively expanded my key. There it was, between the trees. A dog. It was slightly larger than a regular dog, perhaps a bit smaller than a standing adult. It was covered in short, brown fur and had the muscular build of a wild animal. It was watching me with heavy breathing and drooling, and there seemed to be a few more behind it. This was bad. I was small and soft, a perfect target. My body tensed. I tried to make a sound, but I could only wheeze. They were probably just cautious, but they would attack soon. This was bad. What could I do? What could I use to defend myself? As I pondered, the dogs moved. They seemed to have decided I was helpless and began to walk towards me. 1, 2, 3. There were indeed 2 more behind. What should I do? I had nothing. I couldn't fight back. My limbs were paralyzed from tension. Could I hit them with my key? No, it wouldn't be effective. I could move my body, but that wouldn't cause enough impact to scare them. Wait, maybe I could scare them away. The lead dog, the one in front, was probably the most important. I aimed my key at its eyes and nose. Even a small tap might surprise it. The dog yelped and jumped back. The other 2 also retreated. Success. The dog growled at me. It seemed to be annoyed that a smaller, weaker creature had resisted. It didn't stop growling. I tried again, this time aiming at all 3 dogs' eyes. They jumped back a bit more. The dogs seemed to be more cautious now and began to retreat, hiding behind the trees. The immediate threat was gone. I felt a bit relieved, but it wasn't over. The dogs were still watching from the trees. I was still being targeted. But what could I do? I couldn't resist any further. How could I drive them away? Of course, in my previous life, I had never been attacked by dogs. I had no idea what to do. The danger was still there. At any moment, they could attack. My life was hanging by a thread. A thread. Yes, fire. Maybe I could drive the wild animals away with fire. But how could I start a fire? I couldn't rub sticks together. I had no matches or lighters. If lightning struck nearby, it might start a forest fire, but that was too much to hope for. I couldn't afford to escape reality. But I had no options. Had I lived such a short time only to die now? I didn't know if this was a repeat or a first, but I was going to die. Strangely, I didn't have a strong attachment to life. Maybe it was because I hadn't lived much, or maybe I had lived enough, including my previous life. I didn't know. The dogs were getting closer. They were showing their teeth, growling, and walking slowly towards me. I attacked their eyes again. But this time, their reaction was different. I hit them, but they only flinched and continued to approach. They knew the attack wasn't dangerous. I closed my eyes in despair. Ah, this is it. It's over. All I could do was pray to die without suffering. Would those teeth hurt? The leader would probably bite first, tearing into my stomach and pulling out my organs, spilling blood and chewing them. The other 2 would then be given the remaining meat. For some reason, the thought of their smug faces made me furious. I couldn't avoid being eaten, but I wanted to leave a mark on that dog. I wanted to hurt it somehow. I opened my eyes, struggled to turn my head, and glared at the dog. I wanted to make it feel pain. I had no means to resist, but I couldn't just give up. At least, this would be my final resistance. I focused my key and tried to pierce the dog's ear. The dog shook its head to avoid it. I tried to create a large lump in its throat. It only made a choking sound. I sharpened my key like a blade and tried to stab it, but the dog's fur was too tough. The dog was getting closer. Its claws were almost within reach. I could smell it. Was this the end? Tears welled up in my eyes. I didn't want to die. I refused to give up. I was out of options. But in my heart, I kept cursing. Die, just die. Something, anything, make it die. Hit its head and make it die. Drown it and make it die. Burn it and make it die. It happened suddenly. I thought I should burn it. The next moment, it really happened. With a whoosh, a ball of fire appeared in front of the dog. It was about the size of a baseball, and I could feel a bit of heat and light. It disappeared quickly, but it was definitely a ball of fire. The dog jumped in surprise. It looked back a few times and then quickly disappeared into the forest, running far away. I was stunned but could sense its retreating form. I sighed unconsciously. I didn't know what had happened, but the immediate danger was gone. Of course, I couldn't relax yet. But fatigue washed over me, and I lost consciousness again. When I woke up, I pondered the strange occurrence from earlier. A fire had truly appeared right before my eyes. It didn't seem like a natural phenomenon. In fact, I couldn't think of any natural phenomenon that could explain it. If not, then someone must have caused it. Probably, that someone was me. Apart from me, the dog, and a few small insects, there was no other living thing nearby. What had I done just before the fireball appeared? The only thing I could think of was that I had used my chi and tried to fight with all my might. And when that didn't work, I had cursed the dog in my mind. Another experiment was needed. I had to know for self-defense. Even though it was a small fireball, it had actually driven the dog away. I needed to be able to use this small weapon. I would inevitably encounter wild animals again. I organized the events leading up to the incident. The dog had attacked me, and my resistance with chi was useless. The dog had tried to eat me. Unable to bear it, I had imagined the dog dying in my mind. Just imagining it wouldn't have produced a fireball. Something must have happened before that. What else could it be? There was only one possibility, chi. I confirmed the viscous substance surrounding my body. To see the dog, I had expanded my chi. And this chi could be moved as I wished. I had made apples fall and break, and caused small shocks. Of course, I didn't know what this substance was. It was something mysterious. But I had no choice but to rely on it, so I had been using it. It was a strange thing. Perhaps this chi had caused the fire earlier. I imagined a fireball on the ground a little away from me. Nothing happened. Then I expanded my chi to cover the same spot and imagined it again. Still, nothing happened. Was I wrong? No, this was the only thing I could think of. I decided to try a little more. After several attempts, when I imagined a fireball in a spot where I had concentrated my chi, it happened. Fire, just like before. It burned for a moment and then disappeared without a trace. And the expanded chi seemed to have been used as fuel, disappearing from that space in an instant. My guess was correct. The fireball had been caused by me changing my chi. Once I got the hang of it, it was easy. After a few more tries, I was able to create fireballs at will. It was like magic. I sighed. It was like the magic used by sorcerers in old tales, who cast spells with their wands. If that was the case, could I produce other things besides fire? I decided to try, being careful not to faint again. Conclusion: I decided to call this substance not chi but magic power. I could produce things other than fire. I could make drops of water and small stones. They would disappear quickly, as if they had evaporated. This was indeed magic. So, I decided that the source must be magic power. One question was answered. And I confirmed something I had suspected since I started calling it chi. This was not Earth. On Earth, no one could use such power. Perhaps there were, but since I couldn't confirm it, I thought there probably weren't. In this world, magic was possible. Therefore, this must be a world I didn't know. It wasn't a big deal, but for some reason, I laughed. Seeing my small hands and feet at the edge of my vision, I smiled. I didn't know why, but I was probably happy. With a better mood, I returned to the current problem, what to do about clothes. I resumed the thoughts that had been interrupted by the dog's attack. A loincloth made of leaves was out of the question. So, I needed to get clothes. I couldn't make them. Then, I thought, why not bring them? After some deliberation, I came up with this idea. If I couldn't get clothes from my parents, I could take them from where they were available. In other words, I would steal them. When the man who seemed to be my father abandoned me, it was like midnight. I woke up in the morning sunlight. I didn't think it had been several hours. So, there must be a village nearby. There, I could find clothes and other necessities for survival. I hesitated. Theft was a crime according to my previous life's values. But it seemed necessary to survive. At least, I felt I deserved it, having been abandoned by my parents and left in a forest full of wild animals right after birth. So, I decided to be a little selfish. I didn't know about my past life, but to survive in this world, I would act for myself in this world. After that, I spent an unknown number of weeks or months practicing magic. My goal was to move without being seen and to be able to escape if I was found. My movements had been slow. I used magic to move like a caterpillar, gathering nuts to live. This wouldn't allow me to enter human settlements. As a countermeasure, I first learned to fly. To be precise, I covered my body with magic and moved it. However, my speed increased. I could move at a speed similar to a child running for a short time, and I could move at a certain height or very close to the ground. Then, I got better at producing things. I could create fire and move the fireballs somewhat freely. The same applied to water and wind. This made it easy to drive away stray dogs. And there was one more thing, my most recent and greatest achievement. I could become transparent. I couldn't be sure without a mirror, but my reflection in a puddle was indeed transparent. Becoming invisible to move around human settlements was something I had thought of, but it was difficult to make practical. Seeing something is only possible when light enters the eyes. To recognize the presence of an object, the light that reflects or refracts off the object must enter the eyes. Initially, I tried to reproduce the light that hit my body on the opposite side. My body would act like a liquid crystal, projecting a detailed image. However, this was difficult. To sustain the light, I had to use a lot of magic power. In fact, the first time I tried it, I fainted the moment I thought I had succeeded. I didn't even know if it had worked. The breakthrough came when I successfully created wind. Wind is the movement of air. When I first created wind, I made a ball of air and moved it. It did create wind, but something felt off. It seemed like I was doing something unnecessary. One day, I thought, can't I just move the air that's already there to create wind, and tried it. It worked as expected. Perhaps because I had started by creating and moving fireballs, the idea of moving something that already existed hadn't occurred to me. Thinking about it, I had been using magic as a form of telekinesis since I made apples fall. It required less magic power to move a block of air than to create one. I thought the same could reduce the magic power needed for transparency. I bent the light that hit me, making it pass through to the other side without hitting my body. This eliminated the need to generate light, allowing me to sustain the effect. The angle at which the light was bent caused the scenery to appear distorted from close range, but that wasn't a problem as long as I wasn't approached. Additionally, by sensing the information as the light interfered, I could use it as a substitute for vision. Without using my eyes, I could see the outside world clearly. Thus, the transparency magic was a success. Thinking about venturing into human settlements, I swallowed the mashed caterpillar. I had the means to hide from and escape from people. I might be able to live in a human settlement. Of course, I was worried. I, a child, could use magic. It was reasonable to assume that others could too. If I was caught and protected, that would be fine. But I didn't know what might happen. After all, this was a society where children could be easily abandoned. I didn't even know why I had been abandoned. I might be judged as an enemy the moment I was seen. However, considering the future, it was better to act sooner. I knew nothing about this world, its language, culture, or environment. Without information, I couldn't make any judgments. So, I decided to get clothes. To search for my parents. First, where should I head? That was the problem. Honestly, anywhere would do. A place where people live, preferably in a community. At first, I thought about finding the place where my biological parents lived. But that would be difficult. All I remember is the vague sight of hair color and the sound of an argument. Relying on that alone to find my parents is an impossible task, and there's no point in doing so. If I had been abandoned right away, it might have been different, but a considerable amount of time has passed. To my parents, I am already dead. Even if they saw me now, they probably wouldn't recognize me as their son. There's nothing we can understand about each other anymore. I've heard stories about how parents and children can recognize each other at a glance, even if they are separated, but I don't believe in such things. Then, where should I go? Actually, I have a good idea. During my magic practice, I encountered humans several times. Each time, I hid behind trees, in bushes, or in holes dug in the ground. Those people seemed to be hunters. I even witnessed them catching birds. They would carry their prey or return empty-handed as the forest grew dark, heading east. Their village is to the east. Knowing this, I decided to head east at sunset. The journey would be safe. I don't need a road to fly with magic, and the visibility is good even though the sun has set. I've already made myself invisible. I took 2 breaks and naps. By the time I finished my 4th meal on the move, the forest had cleared, and I could see the light of human habitation. I decided to wait here until dawn for my final rest. The sun hit my face, and I woke up. It seemed to have just risen. I yawned widely and checked my surroundings. The trees and stumps with branches cut off, and the clearly human-altered forest. Beyond that, a low fence was set up, and further back, there were already a few people in the village. I should still be invisible, but I feel tense. I heard a baby crying and reflexively looked in that direction. There, a young woman-like figure was holding a crying infant. The child with chestnut hair was crying loudly, ignoring the woman trying to soothe it. A newborn baby. It seems I've found a place that meets my conditions. Good. I felt a bit relieved and headed in that direction. The house I would sneak into to steal. The conditions I sought were simple: a house with a small, preferably newborn, child. If there's a child, there should be items for children. And there should be everything needed for a child's growth. Not just food and clothes, but also education, discipline, and language knowledge, which I desperately need. So, I decided to stay near this child for a while. I would watch over this child. I decided that the parents of this child would also become my parents. I sneaked into the baby's house. The fussing child was put to sleep in a small blanket. Its sleeping face was very cute, completely different from when it was crying. The mother kissed the baby's forehead and quietly left the room. She probably went to do some housework. Looking around the room, it was simple. There was a bed for the baby, a small desk that the baby couldn't use yet, and a comfortable chair, probably for the parents. I looked for an opportunity and checked the other rooms. The house seemed to be a relatively large one. Unlike the house where I saw the morning meal, this one had a room for the child, a workshop, a room that looked like a storage for medicines, and a small study. The mother seemed to have finished the laundry. She returned to the baby, looked down at the sleeping infant, and started knitting with a smile. She continued this for a few hours until the father, who seemed to be the father, came home. As I got used to spending time with them, I learned many things. The baby's name is probably Fru. Both the mother and father frequently called the baby by this name. My vocabulary is still limited, so there's a fear that it might mean something like cute or are you okay, but it's probably the name. I haven't seen other babies, but I think Fru is a quiet child. Even when left alone in a room, it doesn't cry much and spends time looking at the ceiling or walls. Occasionally, it would look around and laugh with a giggling sound. The smile looked very happy, and I liked it. This quietness changed after a few months, and it started to do risky things. Once it could hold its head up and crawl, it would walk around on its own. Most of the time, it would go looking for the mother who was doing laundry or preparing meals, but sometimes it would try to go outside. I thought it was dangerous and tried to stop it, but it seemed futile against the child's curiosity. It showed no signs of stopping. The reading sessions by Fru's mother, Elsie, were very helpful. I listened more intently than Fru to learn the language and culture. Thanks to this, by the time I had been in the village for about 3 years, I could understand most of the words. As a result, the world I heard about was indeed different from the one I had been in before. Most importantly, there is magic. Few can use it, but it is a powerful skill. A single word from a midge can make the earth shake, the wind blow, and the flames burn the surface. Rainbows can be crossed, and pebbles in the palm can multiply endlessly. A pig that turned golden trampled enemies. A woman created multiple corpses of herself, changing her appearance to confuse the enemy. These are children's stories. The information is insufficient, and some of it may be inaccurate. But it seems likely that such things exist. Elsie often emphasized this. There is magic. Compared to my previous life, it is a definite advantage. However, there are also disadvantages. This world has no decent machines. For example, the means of transportation are carriages. There are no airplanes or cars. And it seems that the use of electricity is not considered, so there are no refrigerators or washing machines. There are no tanks or fighter jets, and the weapons used in war are mainly spears, bows, and swords. And a few mags. I imagine they form phalanxes. The lifestyle of this village is not modern at all. There are books and farming tools, but they are not very advanced. Occasionally, when I see what the traveling merchants sell, it seems that the technology in the cities is somewhat developed, but in such a small village, it's like this. It's still developing, but the pace is definitely slow. Considering the existence of magic, it makes sense. If there's no need, inventions won't happen. If you can get fire by casting a spell, you don't need flint. There is one excellent thing, magic. So, there must be other things in this world that are better than in my previous life. They have developed differently by relying on these things. Among the books chosen for reading, Fru seems to like the hero's tales. The scenes where the hero and his companions help people on their journey to defeat the evil king are particularly favored. Fru often asks for these parts to be read. The heroes entered the forest to head to the next town. Then, a girl appeared and said, "Oh, I don't know who you are, but please help me. I haven't eaten in a while, and I'm very hungry and thirsty." The hero felt sorry for her and offered dried meat from his bag. Then, the hero tried to leave, but the girl took the hero's hand and thanked him many times. "Oh, you already remember that." Elsie laughed and praised her son. Then, continuing from her son's words, the reading resumed. The story is simple. A wicked king appears in the world. As a result, the movements of monsters become more active, and the country falls into chaos. One day, the hero, ordered by the king, sets out on a journey to defeat the king along with the princess. On the way, he meets a witch living in a deep forest, a strong warrior, and a holy maiden traveling for the sake of the world, and they join him to defeat the king's subordinates and, finally, the king himself. After that, the hero and the princess get married and live happily ever after. A proud soldier said, "You shall not pass," and pointed his spear at the hero. Go, hero. The story progresses. The woman who received the dried meat from the hero was actually a holy maiden and joined the hero's journey. When they reached the town, the hero was obstructed by the subordinates of a jealous general. However, the hero's persuasion made the soldier change his mind, and he began to protect the hero from the evil general. The hero said, "My sword is for protecting people, not for fighting you," and the soldier dropped his spear and cried. The princess felt happy and kissed the hero's cheek. Wow, wow. Fru's cheeks turning red at this point is a common occurrence. There are many scenes in the story where the women kiss or embrace the hero, and Fru always blushes and looks embarrassed. It's a very endearing sight, and Elsie watches with a smile. The hero's journey is long. In this world, there are 5 great holy territories, and countries are scattered around them. The hero travels through these countries, gathering strength and companions to defeat the king. It seems that this story is based on a real hero who lived over 1,000 years ago. The names of the countries have changed over time, but the holy territories still exist with the same names. In fact, the forest where I was abandoned and still gather food is part of the holy territory of Nug, which is on the border. When I first came to this village, I didn't notice, but there is a large tree deep in the forest. It's not just big. From this village, which is quite far away, the top of the tree is so high that it's shrouded in mist. If I estimate based on the average height of a child in my previous life, the diameter of the trunk is probably several kilometers. The entire land, with this tree at its center, and the roots that spread to the horizon, is called Nug. All 5 holy territories have different environments. For example, Nug is a large tree. There are also a sea with an unfathomable bottom, a lava pool with floating mountains, and a tower made of crystallized iron, among other things, in the hero's tales. Each of these places is ultimately harsh. Ultimately, it's not that the land itself is bad. Rather, it's attractive for living things. That's why it becomes harsh. Among these, Nug is easy to understand because I'm here. It's a very fertile land. It's said that the central tree's blessing makes plants grow quickly, strong, and abundant in this forest. And there are animals that eat these plants. So far, it's not a harsh land. But there are monsters that eat these animals, and that's a big problem. I haven't actually seen a monster, so I don't know the extent of the threat. But from the hero's tales, where a group of soldiers is eaten by large dogs or rats, I can make a guess. A land where a group of soldiers can be easily eaten by monsters. It's harsh, to say the least. Fortunately, most of the monsters and animals stay deep in the forest. The closer to the tree trunk, the more varieties of fruit, and they don't lack food. And at the edge of Nug, humans also live. The abundant harvest from the forest's edge and the effects of Nug allow for a very comfortable life. Although my food still comes from hunting in the forest. The hero, whose sword was broken, stood up with the broken sword as a cane and said, "I can't die because I have to protect everyone." "Oh, you fell asleep today." Fru seemed to have fallen asleep during nap time, lying face down. Elsie picked up the heavy Fru, put her to bed, stroked her cheek, and left the room. Since Fru was sleeping, I had no business here. I floated out. I looked at the forest of Nug. There was a small fire. It's a common occurrence. The adults said it could be due to a monster spitting fire or lava from the neighboring holy territory of Ilif spreading underground. I don't know which is true, but this fire doesn't turn into a large forest fire. After a while, sap-like liquid oozes from the roots of Nug and extinguishes the fire. I once went to a place where the fire had just been extinguished. It was covered in a sticky, slightly blue-smelling liquid. Incidentally, this liquid, though blue-smelling, had a somewhat edible taste. In one corner of the village, a dozen residents were doing combat training. The training was small-scale, mainly involving practice with long sticks used as spears and running to build stamina. Occasionally, animals come out of the forest. To repel them, there are guards on duty at the edge of the village. This is the training for the guards. It doesn't seem very motivated, but the strong shouts still echo around. Most of them are farmers, so they naturally have stamina and strength. It's said that animals rarely come out, and the training is almost meaningless. Yet, everyone participates because there's an incentive. In a word, alcohol. The guard duty is rotated every 3 days, but those on duty are required to participate in training every day for 3 days before their shift. At the end of the training and after their shift, the participants are given alcohol. The alcohol is brought by the traveling merchants who come every 9 days. The village collects money to buy it. It's not a lot, but in this place with few entertainments, the alcohol is valuable, and even those not on guard duty sometimes participate in the training. I don't quite understand it. I also participate in the training on the side. My body is equivalent to a 3-year-old. I can't do what adults can, but I can swing a stick and run a bit. I don't want to rely too much on magic and end up with a weak body. My eyesight is still not very good, probably because I've been using magic to compensate. Since I noticed this, I try to avoid using magic for transparency and silencing, and only use it when necessary. Recently, I found something interesting. Among the adults who participate without much enthusiasm, there is a boy who is full of energy. His name is Kitch, apparently. There are other young, enthusiastic people, but Kitch is different. During a rare mock battle in training one day, I saw Kitch facing off against an older man. I had never faced a person before, but I accidentally expanded my magic to observe better. Surprisingly, Kitch turned around and looked at me. It wasn't a coincidence, he was clearly suspicious. Can he sense magic? Is Kitch a midge? I thought so and observed him for a while, but it didn't seem to be the case. Also, he only reacted to my magical probing once. I don't know the reason. I failed the magic, or Kitch could somehow detect me. I can't figure it out, so I try to observe Kitch's training as much as possible. Kitch isn't here today. I swing the stick mindlessly. Even when I'm out of breath, my arms are tired, and I'm drenched in sweat, I try not to stop until the adults do. I've probably counted to 100. The front strike practice is over. Next is the front thrust. There's not much time to catch my breath. A few minutes of rest, and the adults are chatting, but I haven't recovered yet. The practice resumes. Using a branch instead of a well-prepared spear, it's especially painful for me with my weak hands. My left hand, which slides on the stick, hurts. The bleeding has decreased recently, but it still hurts. I had to stop. Today, as usual, I go hunting in the forest. When I first came to the village, I had a hard time catching prey. Even when I tried to use magic to catch birds or small mice, it didn't work as I intended. So, I mostly ate fruits and insect larvae, and I think my diet was quite poor. As my magic improved and my body grew a little, I finally managed to catch a bird for the first time. However, another problem arose then. I didn't know how to prepare the meat. Of course, it was my first time preparing a bird. I had no choice but to peel the skin, remove what seemed to be the internal organs, and take out the bones, then I roasted the rest. I think I wasted a lot of meat when I removed the internal organs. Since my teeth hadn't fully grown, it was hard to chew. There was no seasoning, so the taste was bland, but it was full of wild flavor. However, it was delicious. Perhaps the first time in this world to eat animal fat and meat juice, and because it was my first prey. I still remember it clearly. It has been more than 2 years since then. I have gotten used to hunting. I can catch a small bird within an hour of entering the forest. I also have a few sweet fruits. I have managed to learn how to prepare the meat. I followed the hunters, watching them prepare the prey they caught. Sometimes I tried to do the same. As a result of wasting many lives, I finally learned how to prepare a bird. The hunters also caught other prey and prepared pigs they raised. However, since I couldn't prepare the same things, I put those skills on hold. I would like to eat animals like foxes or bears someday. This time, I prepare the bird by the river. I use a small knife made of solidified water by magic. The blade is quite sharp. Since it's already dead, I can't bleed it, but it doesn't matter for me to eat. I cut off the head, scald it in hot water, and pluck the feathers. I think I failed when I peeled the skin off my first prey. I make a cut at the base of the thigh, lightly scrape the meat, and pull. With a tearing sensation, the thigh meat comes off. I do the same on the other side. I flap the wings a few times and make cuts at the base. Next is the breast meat. I cut along the bones and remove the wings and breast meat as I did before. Preparing the wings is troublesome, so I skip it. Then, it's the internal organs. I honestly don't like them, but since I killed it, I don't want to leave them behind emotionally. I don't want to leave them, but the intestines are hard to eat, so I discard them. I will eat the ovaries and liver. As usual, I apologize to the bird for its small size. Finally, I bury the bird, which is left with its head, bones, and a little internal organs. I wash my blood and mud-covered hands in the river, and it's finally time to eat. I sprinkle the meat with salt I stole and roast it. Magic is convenient. I bite into the well-roasted meat with my hands. The meat is hard and has a strong smell of blood. But it's delicious. I am full with the meat and fruits. As usual, I regret not dealing with the wing bones while eating. Probably, I won't do it next time either. Good, good. You can't raise them anyway, and we can't eat them all. Ha ha ha. As I walk through the village, a cheerful voice echoes from a house. The man with a constant smile is Ananias, I think. He is pushing a basket of eggs on people. But, it's bad. You have a child, right? Feed your wife until she's full. If I fed her until she was full, she cried, I'm tired of eggs. So, here, you and your wife, and 2 children, that's 4, right? Here you go. The brown egg is forcibly handed over. The man's face, even though he received it, didn't look displeased. Of course, the eggs are not bad, and it adds a dish to today's dinner or snack without much effort. Moreover, the frequency is not so much that it gets boring. Well, I'm really sorry. Hey, how about taking some vegetables from our field? That's fine. No, but that's really bad. I'll bring them again. The man goes into the house and immediately comes out with purple leafy vegetables. It was a mountain of vegetables, more than Ananias and his wife would need. Then, Ananias repeats the same kind of sharing at each house. However, after visiting 3 or so houses, the eggs are gone. In return, the mountain of vegetables and a bundle of wild birds he received are not in proportion to the eggs. This is probably due to everyone's kindness for Ananias's pregnant wife. But the main reason is that everyone knows Ananias doesn't expect anything in return. Ananias's family grows vegetables and raises chickens. When I say raising chickens, they are a bit larger than chickens. I've seen them with their wings cut, so they are probably not chickens, but they are kept in an enclosure. Still, thanks to the fertile land of Nug, there are plenty of worms and insects for feed, and all they need is to provide drinking water. Every morning, eggs are laid in random places. After securing the portion for the village, the rest are eaten or sold. The number of eggs sold varies. Even though the feed is abundant, it is limited, and the number of chickens that will soon be culled is considered, and the eggs are adjusted accordingly. The surplus is sold, but this time it seems to be a bit more. The culled chickens are distributed to the neighborhood immediately if the peddler doesn't come, and even if the peddler does come, the eggs are distributed as seen just now. However, Aeneas and his wife do not suffer from poverty. If his farming tools break, they are probably repaired by the carpenter unconsciously with priority. If other families have a good harvest or a successful hunt, Aeneas is often the first to receive a share. If you help someone, someone will help you. He lives optimistically, relying on others and living in the moment. If you put it negatively, it might sound like that, but since he can live in this village, it must be one of the correct ways to live. That's what I felt. And I am also part of this system, so I can't say anything bad. When a large number of eggs are laid, I sometimes take 1 or 2 without being noticed. If I steal them before the morning count, there is no problem. Occasionally, I take a share without permission. In return, I kill the bugs in his field. I thought it was my duty, on my own. Aeneas, who returned home, then puts the eggs back in the basket and takes them out of the house again. By the way, today is the day the peddler comes. He will probably exchange them for something. I don't have to do anything, but for some reason, I decided to go there. The peddler's cart is not a cart. No, it is a cart, but what pulls it is not a horse. While the peddler spreads his goods and does business, the beast is always tied to a nearby tree. A white horse. At first glance, it looks like one. But there is a twisted horn on its forehead, and its teeth are not like a horse's molars. Instead, it has fangs like a carnivore, visible in its mouth with blood vessels on the gums. I stare at the beast. It lies down, occasionally wagging its black tail, which is like a mane. It looks more like a tiger than a horse. Its feet are not hooves but those of a cat. It probably has claws, though it doesn't show them now. A creature that looks like a cross between a horse and a tiger, something I've never seen in my previous world. It's a mysterious creature. What is the name of this creature? I wonder. But no one mentions the name of this beast. Even the children who might learn it from someone, either the timing was bad or no one asks about this beast anymore. A mysterious creature that comes regularly from the city. Not being able to ask anyone about this creature is very frustrating. Turning my eyes to the peddler, Aeneas is making a deal. Thank you. Here, 15, for 2 copper coins. The peddler holds the egg against the shell and checks it against the light to confirm there are no cracks and probably the state of the yolk. Clear, I think. The stout peddler puts the eggs in a box filled with sawdust and then hands the copper coins to Aeneas. The copper coins will probably be used immediately, but the action is necessary, like a ritual. While handing them over, he adds a compliment. But the eggs from Aeneas's place are of good quality. There are almost no cracks or deformities. Personally, I would like to buy them regularly and exclusively. Ha ha ha, I don't do anything. It must be the blessing of fairies. Fairies. That's good. They must have come out of a fairy tale. Yes, my wife said before. Oh, by the way. As he starts to speak, Aeneas stops. He looks like he's debating whether to say it or not, but it seems he quickly makes up his mind. Grouping the copper coins, Aeneas speaks to Kilia. Speaking of my wife, there's something I need to get, and it's urgent. What is it? Xun grass. When he hears Xun grass, Kilia turns to the side as if in thought. But it's only for a moment, and he quickly turns back to Aeneas, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, I don't want to say it's impossible, but, well, impossible. No, it has become a bit popular in the secondary capital recently and is starting to circulate. But the price has also gone up. I don't have the money, so it's a shame. Since it's a request from Aeneas, whom I've been taking care of, I would like to help, but... Kilia bows. But then, as if he has noticed something, he raises his head. But But if you could get the help of Shim or Kasoku, or Dina. Suddenly, the creature in front of me stands up. It stretches and straightens its posture, looking very much like a cat. It's not hunched, but it's definitely alert. Is it on guard? No, it doesn't feel like an enemy has come, and if it were, it would be a big problem. I follow its gaze. What about me? There, reacting to his name being mentioned, is Kasoku. Pushing through the sparse crowd of the peddler's customers, he approaches Kilia. Kasoku, it's been a while. Hey. So, what about me? Well, is there any way you could get some Xun grass? Xun grass? Kasoku asks Inayas, looking bothered. His stubble seems even thicker than usual. Xun grass, you know, the one that makes your skin beautiful when you drink it, for you. It was my fault that Kiichi lost. While continuing to fly through the air, I reflected on it. What if Kiichi had won? First, we could have shown up Kasoku. We might have proven the adults' lack of training. Morale might have risen. The adults might have developed a sense of crisis after losing to a child. They might have started to take training seriously. And with improved training, they might have reduced the damage from wild animals. If the damage from wild animals decreased, the crops that were lost unjustly might have decreased as well. It would only be a return to zero. But those were crops that people should have been able to receive. Now, they continue to be unjustly taken away. Such a bright prospect. It is no longer possible. Because we lost. Because I caused us to lose. If nothing changes, it will be just like before. The half-hearted training for the sake of alcohol, the utterly meaningless watch duty, the crops that continue to be stolen, nothing will change. Of course, it might not have gone well even if we had won. Even if we had won, nothing might have changed. But I have destroyed the chance for change. Even if I didn't know, it was still me. The eastern watchtower came into view. Nearby, the houses and fields were visible. Low fences lined the area, and beyond them, a dark forest spread. I must take responsibility. The unpleasant faces of the adults came to mind. I hate those faces. They take their alcohol and go home in high spirits, without thinking about their duties. I hate that. And more than anything, I hate myself for making Kiichi's efforts in vain. I took up a position above the fence. I spread my magic. It was already dark, but that didn't matter to me. It was difficult to see everything, but if I limited my view to the east side of the fence, it wasn't a problem. I must take responsibility. I kept a watch on the forest while trying to rest as much as possible. In the middle of the night, when the grass and trees were asleep and there was no moonlight, they came. I had thought they might not come today, but fortunately or unfortunately, they did. The culprit was a boar. A large boar dug under the fence and made a hole. From that tunnel, a large boar and a slightly smaller one approached the field. Was one on watch? Were they companions? It didn't matter to me now. They started to dig in the field with their snouts, making small grunting sounds. These were the ones. They didn't just wander in. They clearly came to eat the crops. These were the ones. They were the ones destroying the fields. I glanced at the watchtower. From the slightly elevated wooden building, only snoring could be heard. Imagining them sleeping soundly, I felt a small anger, but I turned back. Looking at the boars, I concentrated my magic. First, I couldn't let anything happen to the field. I pushed the boars back to the fence. They struggled, but with telekinesis, it wasn't a problem. Then I formed a blade of wind. Usually, I make it just big enough to wound the neck, but this time it was different. I made it larger and more aggressive, without hiding it. I wasn't going to eat them. I was killing them out of spite. Just to vent my frustration. The efficiency of magic, the edible parts, and the appearance didn't matter now. A single invisible blade silently sliced the boars into pieces. I looked at the blood-soaked ground and the chunks of meat scattered there. I didn't need to do it this dramatically. But this was a warning. I had proven the existence of the boars. It couldn't be said that there was no threat. And the threat had been killed by some interference. It was a serious issue. Immediate action should be taken. This situation, which I created with such thoughts, seemed to have attracted more attention than I expected. By dawn, a crowd had gathered around the bodies. The first to discover them was, of course, the watchman. He woke up before dawn to the sound of birds and found the bodies. His subsequent actions were somewhat amusing. At first, he didn't know what they were and poked them with a spear. When he felt the squishy sensation under the fur, he shuddered and ran away screaming. Responding to his cry, the farmers who had woken up to prepare for field work gathered, but the flustered watchman couldn't explain properly and was met with exasperation. Many farmers gathered around the boars, which had been cut into 4 pieces. It was only natural that Shim and Kiichi were among them. This. Yeah. Shim examined the boar carcasses. He stroked the fur, turned them over, and checked the wounds, the amount of blood, and whether there were any other injuries. There are no other injuries besides the fatal ones, and there are no signs of being carried away. There are signs of struggling, but it seems more like thrashing around. They were restrained, not with a rope. Magic, you think? Kiichi responded to Shim's mutter, probably remembering yesterday's match. Yeah. Probably magic. The struggling boars were restrained and cut with wind magic or something. All at once, too. Why do you say that? These boars were entangled, and look, the wounds aligned to form one. Shim lifted the boars to align them. The large carcasses no longer dripped blood, but the sight of the cut surfaces made Kiichi turn away for a moment. The ground is also messed up by the boar's hooves. It wouldn't look like this just from walking or running. Ah, I see. It seemed that the classes for leaving the village had already started. This was more of a survival class than a battle, aimed at developing the ability to deduce the background from slight traces. I was getting quite sleepy. I wanted to listen to the class, but I also wanted to sleep. I decided to sleep in the forest. In the end, I fell asleep on the usual tree and slept until noon. Staying up late is not good. When I returned to the village, the atmosphere was different. It was tense. Not everyone, but many farmers were armed. If it was training for watch duty, there were too many. Looking from a slightly higher place, it seemed that the farmers were gathering in the training field. I had a hunch, but it could be something else. I had to go and check. I walked towards the training field, a little excited. Here's the plan, we're going on a mountain hunt. Shim shouted loudly. My guess seemed to be correct. Apparently, the boars found this morning were clearly killed by magic, and no one in the village could use magic. Therefore, it must have been a magical entity that invaded the village and killed the boars. Since the bodies were not damaged, it didn't seem to be for food. The purpose was unknown, but the entity that killed the boars might attack people. There had been no human casualties so far, but it was necessary to identify and, if necessary, eliminate the entity before any harm was done. For this purpose, they gathered those who could fight and organized a large-scale mountain hunt led by the hunters. It seemed that killing the boars was not in vain. As intended, everyone started to take action. Among those gathered was Kasoku, who looked more serious than usual, staring into the forest. At the hunter's command, they started to move. They were divided by the areas they lived in. I decided to follow Kasoku. Incidentally, Shim seemed to be staying behind. All right, let's go. We're in charge of the west side. The leader was Den, a young hunter in his early 30s who gave a light and thin impression. I had seen him in the forest many times. He must be a good hunter, as I had never seen him return empty-handed. Let's spread out a bit and move forward. We'll try to be as quiet as possible, but this isn't a regular hunt. If anything happens, call out to someone nearby. Den adjusted his short bow. They seemed to be spreading out at the entrance to the forest. Then, according to the plan, I'll go to the front. When the time comes, or if I judge that it's too dangerous to go further, I'll signal with an arrow. Everyone, please gather in the direction of the sound and then return. At that, one of the farmers stepped forward. Hey, I don't usually go into the forest, so what should I look out for? It's fine, just do your best. Den cut off the farmer's words and said it with a good rhythm. Like I said, this isn't a regular hunt, so it's fine even if you don't find anything. Honestly, it's fine as long as you don't get hurt. But, what if it's a monster? Then what? That's why it's fine. In the first place, it's fine even if you don't find anything. It's better if you don't find anything. Den's face, which had been smiling, suddenly turned serious, and the faces of the lined-up adults showed confusion. SHIUM said the goal is to identify and eliminate the cause, but that's something the hunters who are familiar with the forest should do. Do you think people who can't move properly in the forest can fight a monster that can easily kill a boar? Well, that's... No, it's better not to encounter anything. My top priority for this mountain hunt is to drive the entity away. Den's face returned to a smile, and the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Go into the forest in large numbers and make it clear that we're looking for you, to make you cautious and drive you away from the village. If you don't run away, it's a problem, and if you don't run away, it's a problem if we find you. So, it's fine if we don't find anything. Just be careful not to get hurt. But, what if we do encounter something? Then, give up. It's probably dangerous. No one could say anything to Den's deflated words. The mountain hunt proceeded quietly. Den, as he said, moved to the front, checking the front and keeping watch on the surroundings. His gaze swept across the rows of trees and to the ends of the spread-out formation, making him look like a capable hunter. The farmers participating in the formation seemed unfamiliar with the forest, tripping over tree roots and struggling to cross thickets. However, surprisingly, one farmer seemed familiar with the forest. It was Kasoku. While not as smooth as Den, he moved silently through the forest, occasionally using a machete to cut grass and ensure visibility, and did not neglect to keep watch on the surroundings. It was a far cry from his usual drinking habits. Den occasionally squatted and examined the ground. It seemed he was following the boar tracks. Kasoku approached him. Hey, those tracks, they're from boars, right? There's no sign of a struggle. It seems so. They passed through here calmly. They were even cleaning their tusks. It was probably that field where they were attacked. Den, who had been looking at the tracks, turned to Kasoku. Where the boar was attacked by something. If it had been followed in the forest, there would be signs of it running alongside, but there aren't. Then, it wasn't from the forest. Yes, it came from the village to the forest. Or it was eating something in the field. It might have been watching the field. Looking through me, who was frozen in shock, he stared at the village. Even though he shouldn't have been able to see me, it felt like he saw through everything. What do you think? Should we go back? Let's continue a little longer. We might find something new. All right. Their conversation ended there, and soon the high sound of an arrow echoed through the forest. In the end, they found nothing during the mountain hunt. The cause we were looking for was me. They might find animals or monsters, but they probably wouldn't find anything that could be the cause. The groups that searched in different directions of the forest had similar results. The adults grumbled, but they shut up when SHIUM, who was waiting in the village, glared at them. Nothing was found, but it seemed that the mountain hunt would be conducted regularly from now on. In other words, I was the only one who gained something. Among those returning, Kasoku was standing, staring at the forest. What was he doing? Curious, I approached him just as Shim spoke to him. Good work. I didn't do anything. Kasoku turned around, sighing. His face showed signs of fatigue. Ha ha, it's been a while since you went on a march, and you seem to put in a lot of effort. Yeah. I'm tired. It's been years since I've been in the forest. Kasoku kicked the ground and sighed again. I was a little surprised. They seemed to know each other. You seem to be taking yesterday's loss hard. Shut up. I won. You were the referee, right? Yeah. But, you know, if there hadn't been any interference, you probably would have lost. Don't push yourself too hard. I'm glad you're trying, but don't overdo it. Kasoku raised his hand in response and left. Watching his back, Shim seemed to relax and smile a little. The next day, after finishing lunch and heading to the square, I heard an unfamiliar loud voice. Curious, I rushed to the square, where Kiichi was training hard. I thought, is it just the usual training? But it was different. Something was different. He looked more strained than usual. And Kiichi was the only trainee. Confusion enveloped my mind, but I soon realized what was different. Kasoku was instructing him, and quite strictly. What? What? I couldn't help but speak out. I was completely confused. Kasoku, who usually seemed lazy and only cared about alcohol, was now instructing like a drill sergeant I had heard about. Shim was standing to the side, smiling but not stopping him. All right, take a break. We'll start again as soon as you catch your breath. Wait, seriously, are you kidding me? Kiichi sat down, unusually out of breath. The spear he had been using for practice fell to the ground, seemingly out of strength. I recalled the conversation from the day before. Between Shim and Kasoku. That's right, during the mock battle with Kiichi, Kasoku had changed. Kiichi's actions had indeed changed Kasoku. I thought I was the only one who had gained something. But it seemed I was wrong. Even without my intervention, the situation had improved. This was probably a pleasant surprise. Ignoring Kiichi, who was being drilled by Kasoku, I started running. Even though I was doing something unnecessary and getting unnecessarily tired, I felt strangely good. It had been 2 years since the boar incident. When it got cold and the snow fell, and then melted and the weather warmed up, it was time to celebrate the new year. Whether it was in this village, this region, or this country, I don't know, but there was a small festival at the start of the new year. On these rare festive days, everyone would forget their work and enjoy dancing and special dishes. It was customary to eat sugar candies shaped like cows to wish for a happy year. The materials were distributed to those in charge for the year, and they would make them in their spare time. This year, Frau's mother was in charge, and it was difficult to stop Frau from trying to help by saying, "I'll help too." She would always try to get involved when her mother was kneading the white mass and shaping it into cows. As a result, the quota of about 30 was never completed. They made about 3 a day and finished in about a week. I secretly added a few to the count, but no one noticed. During the festival, I sneaked one and ate it. It was sweet and delicious, but the hardened sugar was oddly crumbly and hard to eat. In the village square, fortune-telling also took place. A large basin was filled with water, and a pot next to it contained a metal that was being heated and melted. Those who wished to have their fortune told paid the equivalent of a half-copper coin to the fortune-teller. They were then given a small ladle to scoop up the metal and drop it into the basin. With a sizzling sound and steam, the metal would solidify, and the fortune-teller would read the shape. Honestly, I couldn't see the difference in the shapes. The fortune-teller would make a serious face and say things like, This corner is good or this roundness means something, but sometimes they would say the opposite of what they told the previous customer. However, it usually ended with, "So, you'll have a good year this year." It felt like a festival tradition, and I found it rather enjoyable. There was also a practical benefit. The fuel used to melt the metal for the fortune-telling was old clothes. After winter, people would bring clothes they no longer needed, and they would be thrown into the fire as needed. From this pile, I would take a few items that could still be used and wear them for the year. They were old clothes, but to me, they felt like new fabric, and the texture was somehow pleasant. Frau was now old enough to help with farm work. Although still clumsy, she was not yet allowed to handle tools like hoes, but she could carry things. Today, Frau was carrying water. She would draw water from the well, fill a bucket, and carry it to the water jar by the field. She repeated this task many times. I would subtly support her when she almost fell. Sometimes she would notice and look confused, but she hadn't caught on yet. In fact, it would be troublesome if she did. In the past, when she first started helping, Frau had a major accident where she spilled the bucket. It was a disaster. At first, she looked puzzled, not understanding what had happened, but then she quickly realized her clothes were soaked. Her face then showed a mix of shock, fear of being scolded, and discomfort with the wet clothes. She then burst into loud, very loud tears. Her parents, startled by the noise, rushed over, and she panicked even more, crying with a wide-open mouth and a louder voice. I wouldn't let that happen again. To prevent such incidents, I decided to keep an eye on Frau while she worked. She needed to be smiling. Today, it was finally time for Frau's nap, and I could come for my lookout training. Since the boar incident, Kasoku and Shim had been taking turns guiding the training. It seemed that Kasoku and Shim had been friends since before the village was established and were both explorers. Explorers were jack of all trades in this world. Originally, they explored the many ruins in the Holy Territory, bringing back magical artifacts and gold coins. However, the Holy Territory was harsh, with many deaths and little profit. Some explorers started collecting and selling medicinal materials, using their exploration skills. They also began taking on monster hunting requests for self-defense. They eventually took on various tasks, such as transporting goods and providing protection, becoming jack of all trades. They often formed parties, sharing rewards and dividing tasks. Shim and Kasoku were part of such a party, with others in the group, but they were the main fighters. After the lookout training, Kichi was left behind for further training. He was turning 16 next year, becoming an adult, and would leave the village. Perhaps because of this, the training had become more intense in the past 6 months. Too slow. I'm putting force into my right hand, so be ready for a thrust. Yes. Kichi's ability to follow the training was impressive. Compared to 2 years ago, his movements had improved, and his reaction speed and stamina had significantly increased. All right. Time for a break. Now, it's time to build stamina. What, already, sir? The stamina training was brutal, but Kichi did it every day, which was impressive. I genuinely thought so. Once you can't move, that's when the real test begins. You can't move your spear, can't take a step, and that's when your actions decide your fate. Move faster. Yes, sir. Push-ups began. Now, he did 2 sets of 1,000 without a break. After that, 3,000 full squats, 20 climbs of a 10-meter tree, and so on, pushing himself to his limits. I joined in on the side. I couldn't match his numbers, but I tried my best when Kichi was moving, not worrying about the count. Of course, I reached my limit before halfway. Panting heavily, I looked at Kichi. This world had ki and magic. I didn't know how strong Kichi was in this world. I only knew the forest and this village. and no one in this world knew me. Recently, I had felt a bit lonely. Thank you, sir. Kitchi and I finished our training. Kitchi seemed to have reached his limit, and so had I. Despite the strain, I tried to run to Frau, but my legs wouldn't move. St. My legs dragged, and my flight was awkward. I wasn't in good form today. Recently, my magic had been acting up. My flight was off, but the transparency and soundproofing spells still worked, so I hadn't been too concerned. However, this was the first time my legs were so affected. I slumped onto a tree where I usually slept. I thought a short rest would help, but a strong drowsiness overcame me. I was worried about Frau, but I thought a short nap wouldn't hurt, right, you? Whoa. I woke up to the chirping of birds. It was clearly morning. I had slept from yesterday afternoon until morning, and without any precautions. I was lucky nothing happened, but it was clearly careless. The transparency spell wasn't perfect. Once, a dog had come close, probably suspicious of the smell. I used magic to produce water, washed my face, and rinsed my mouth. After securing food, I would go to Frau. Today, Frau was weeding. Of course, she wasn't doing it alone. The whole family was weeding the field. Frau was crouched, sweating as she pulled weeds. It was warm, even in spring. I wasn't trying to cool her down, but as a magic practice, I decided to create a cold breeze. How do you make a cold breeze? Creating a regular breeze wouldn't be enough. I wanted to create a physically cold breeze. I could make ice, which used more magic than water but was easy. Right. I could create cold air and move it. It was relatively simple. It wasn't a good magic practice, but it would be a waste not to use it. I directed it at Frau. She closed her eyes in pleasure. Yes, it was worth it. One day. I felt very good today. My body felt light and refreshed. I jumped from my usual tree and landed silently. The view seemed wider than usual. It was a good morning. I bit into a fruit for breakfast and planned my day. There wasn't much to do, as I had a stable life for years. I just wandered and trained my body. I walked into the forest without much thought. I was used to this area. I dipped my feet in the usual stream and wiped my sweaty body with a wet rag. The cold water felt good. I stopped, noticing something odd in the water. I tilted my head, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Feeling refreshed, I ran through the forest. I used the roots as footholds, leaped over thickets, and headed for the edge of the forest. The early morning sprint was tough, and I was out of breath. I caught my breath while looking at the village and recast the transparency spell. I was used to this. Hi, hello. Today, Frau surprisingly called out to me. Hi, hello. I noticed something odd after responding. Frau could see me. Nice to meet you, where are you from? I'm Frau. I live in that house. Sweat poured from my body. What was wrong? Was the transparency spell not working? Why? I tried to think while responding to Frau's questions. My thoughts were scattered. I just moved here recently. Frau, are you helping with the housework? The transparency spell wasn't working. I couldn't test it now. Even if it worked, disappearing in front of Frau would be unnatural. When did it stop working? It was working when I left the forest. I had been watching Frau work, so it must have stopped working just now. If I could hide the unnaturalness, I could still get away. Yeah, weeding. We're going to plant tubers soon, so we need to prepare the field. Okay, good luck. Thanks. I quickly distanced myself from Frau as she waved and went inside. I needed to hurry to the forest. It would be unnatural for an unknown child to suddenly appear in a village where everyone knew each other. I could handle a child, but if an adult saw me, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, Frau's house was near the edge of the village, about 500 meters from the forest. I needed to get to the forest before an adult saw me. I tried to fly, thinking it would be less noticeable and faster than running. However, I couldn't. I couldn't spread my magic. I couldn't expand my magic. After a moment of hesitation, I started running. I couldn't waste time. Then, something unexpected happened. Fortunately, the scenery was moving fast, and my legs felt light. I was clearly running faster than I could in my previous life. I ran, checking my surroundings. No one was watching. I ran into the forest at full speed. What had happened? I thought about it at the base of the tree where I slept. I knew something was wrong. My magic wasn't working. This was a bad situation. A very bad situation. My current life depended almost entirely on magic. Without it, I couldn't hunt, wander the village, or even sleep safely. Without magic, I was just an unknown child. Living in the forest would be difficult, but not impossible. I needed to make my magic work again as soon as possible. If not, I needed to find a new way to live. I should think of a plausible reason to go to the village. Leaving the village was also an option. It would be difficult for an unknown child to be accepted in the village. There was another change besides the loss of magic. My body felt abnormally light, and my physical abilities had improved dramatically. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but it happened at the same time as the loss of magic. They were probably related. In fact, this power was probably the cause. But what should I do? I focused and saw a thin, light-like substance rising from my body. This was the cause. It was something coming from my body, and I was a bit frustrated. This was why I had to change my life. This was why I had to think about my future. I noticed something as I watched the light ripple in the air. I had seen it before. I immediately remembered. I had seen it for years, up close. I could now use ki. I can use ki now, but I don't know whether it's something to be happy about or to be sad about. Will I be able to use magic as before? I ruminate on the knowledge about ki that I gained in SHIUM's class. First, ki can be used by anyone who trains their body. The level varies from person to person, but if you put the appropriate load on your body, anyone can use it. Yes, anyone. Moreover, it has the property of cancelling out when combined with magic. Those who can use ki are also said to be more resistant to magic, as it can nullify magic, including one's own. I also experienced the enhancement of my body and objects. The improvement in my running speed and vision was due to this. I can now use ki. This was the cause of the current problem. The cause is clear. Then, all I need to do is think of a solution. If ki is preventing magic from being released, then I just need to suppress the ki. Of course, being able to use both would be ideal, but the priority of ki in my case is low. I try to manipulate ki with the same feeling as manipulating magic, but it doesn't work well. It seems to be completely different from magic. However, I can sense that there is a different substance in my body, and after about half a day of practice, I got the hang of it. Sensory-wise, while magic flows through something like nerves, ki seeps out from the cells. I need to suppress it, to keep it from leaking out and to contain it within my body. According to SHIUM, only those who have trained can consciously manipulate ki, but apparently everyone emits a weak amount of ki. When exploring, one can move without being detected by not letting ki out of the body. It is also used to recover from fatigue more quickly, and Kitch was made to practice it. Incidentally, it seems that wounds heal faster when ki is activated. In this state, can I use magic? I try it right away. I aim at a leaf on a tree above me and send a blade of wind. With a light pfft sound, the leaf falls. Surprisingly, it was solved easily. I feel relieved, and my body relaxes as I slump against the roots of a tree. When I rushed into the forest, my head was full of anxiety, worry, and confusion, but it has been resolved. This leads to a new curiosity. Can I use magic and ki simultaneously? I know that these two forces cancel each other out. But is there no way around it? I activate ki and grab a branch about the thickness of my wrist with both hands. With a little force, it breaks easily. I want to use this power if possible. If not, I can use them separately. It's not a loss to think about it. First, I try to release both at the same time. I couldn't do it before, but now that I can manipulate ki, there are things I want to try. I activate a tiny bit of ki. Since everyone emits a tiny bit of ki, I should be able to release magic from this point. As expected, I can spread magic. However, it feels a bit awkward for some reason. From there, I gradually activate more ki. But this is very difficult. The range of the spread magic is rapidly narrowing. And that's not all. I grab a branch of the same thickness and try to break it, but it doesn't break at all. It's the same as when I haven't activated ki. Then, I try the opposite. I activate a little magic and then activate ki. As a result, my physical abilities improved, but the range of magic narrowed and eventually couldn't be spread at all. This is the same as when I rushed into the forest. It seems that when both are released simultaneously, they first mix and cancel each other out, and only the properties of the remaining force are expressed. It seems that using them simultaneously is impossible. Then, the next step. This time, I divide the parts to be enhanced by ki. This is something we did in SHIUM's class. Specifically, it involves concentrating ki on the necessary joints or parts to enhance them. Concentrating ki in the eyes to see far, or in the throat and lungs to produce a loud voice. It's a way to conserve ki during long explorations. I spread magic and concentrate ki on my shoulders and beyond. As expected, the ki cancels out to some extent, but I can spread the magic from parts other than my arms. I can use magic. I confirm this by producing a water droplet. How about ki? I grab a branch. It breaks. Yes. I can't help but shout. It's a success. This is only for my arms, but I can use it in different places as needed. After the experiment, I remember something I should have thought about. Or rather, I had been trying not to think about it. I realize now that the experiment was also a form of escapism. The reason I fled here, the cause of the situation. I was noticed by Frau. The problem is the spread of the information that a suspicious child was in the village. Frau will probably tell her parents. Innocently, today, I met a boy I didn't know. If it ended there, it wouldn't be a problem. It could be dismissed as just a child's story. However, the presence of an outsider in a peaceful, closed village is a big issue. Frau's parents will pass on the information they get from her to SHIUM or the village chief. Even if I don't talk to SHIUM directly, it's enough to talk to the neighbors at the well. The rumor will quickly reach someone responsible in the village. And that responsible person will have to identify the boy. If they don't, this small autonomous community will soon fall into chaos. I don't know how, but a search will be conducted. If I'm found, the treatment will not be good. The only child in this village who knows no one. A person with no one to protect them. A nuisance to the village. A source of frustration. A vent for dissatisfaction. Unpleasant words come to mind. I think this village is full of good people, but for some reason, such thoughts keep coming to mind. Yes, it's full of good people. Of course, the possibility of being accepted and living a normal, healthy life is higher. But it might not be that way. In the first place, if I'm not found, there's no problem. If I can live quietly from now on. But there's always the possibility of something happening. No, but that. Should I leave the village? This is the conclusion I came to after going in circles. If it's difficult to live here, I should leave. I came to this village to get clothes, and I probably have the general knowledge I needed. There's no reason to be attached to this village. I can get food anywhere. I can live anywhere as long as I can sleep. I can go anywhere. Even though I've decided to leave the village, I still hesitate. I've spent all 5 years of my life in the forest and this village. If possible, I want to stay in this village a little longer. Even though I know it's just sentimentality, it's hard to let go. I look at the setting sun. The red light seemed to be more hazy than usual. I wake up early in the morning. It's a clear day. I think about the future while enjoying the cool breeze. I've decided to leave, but I haven't decided where to go. My plan is to wait for the merchant's carriage that comes to the village and follow it. Of course, I'll hide. The next one is supposed to come in about 3 days. Sometimes the intervals vary, but it should be around that time. There's almost no packing to do. I only have the clothes I wear and some rags. The last 2 days will be the same as usual. I just need to look around the village. The village looks fresh after I've decided to leave. The paths I usually walk, the familiar scenery, but it feels different from usual. I find a single red flower among the white flowers on a path. A scratch on the pillar next to a door, probably a height comparison mark. The weeds in the field are left differently, probably because the couple who live there are a bit lazy. I wonder if I haven't been seeing anything, even though I've been looking at it all the time. I notice many things for the first time, and I feel happy every time I find something. After looking around the square and the fields, I see the scene I expected. So, when you looked this way, the kid was there, right? And you talked a little, and you went inside, right? Yeah. That's right. It's Den's interview with Frau. What did he look like? I mean, what did he look like? A boy. Yeah, I got that. How tall was he? About the same as me. Frau shows her height by waving her hands around her head. Okay, what was he wearing? Brown. Cloth. I think he was wearing it. Right. A boy with black hair, wearing a brown robe, and with fair skin. I don't know where he came from. Den finishes the interview and starts discussing with the 2 hunters beside him. Frau, who had been listening with some interest, apparently decided it was too complicated and trotted back into the house. It would be good to know what he did after that. The conversation suddenly stops, and Den leaves the circle. He scratches his head and starts looking around the ground. According to Frau, the boy was standing here, and from the gesture when the conversation ended. He looks around where I was standing. He finds something, narrows his eyes, and crouches down to take a closer look. Then he looks in the direction beyond that. The footprints are running towards the forest. The hunt by the hunters begins. He's been here. Interesting, it's clear. The hunters, who followed the footprints, seem to have grasped some information as soon as they entered the forest. This area is probably his living zone. Is it an animal path? Or a boy's path? It's well defined, so it's certain. The footprints are somewhat clear. However, while it's a path I often use, I have no idea what an animal path is. How do they determine it? Den digs up the ground with a wide knife. From the things buried here and there, it seems he has a fixed diet. Acorn shells, bird bones, and fish, too. Hey, look at this. Wow, the branch is broken. What do you think, Eco? About the height of a child, around chest level. From the direction, it doesn't seem like he bumped into it, but rather broke it intentionally. No way. The branch I broke without thinking yesterday was found. In a forest with so many trees, could 2 branches be found? That's right. And this branch is quite thick. This is indeed. The stride to the forest, the depth of the footprints, and this branch. A child of that size couldn't have done this. Den sighs and summarizes the opinions of the three. Key or magic? I think it's a monster if we don't consider the appearance. Looks like a boy, though. It's complicated. Let's just call it a fairy. Den's joke makes the other two laugh a little. Hey, what are you looking at? Suddenly, Den looks at me. The other two follow his gaze. Not good. Where is it, Den? I'm fine, I'm using the invisibility spell. The soundproofing spell should be active too. Just to be safe, I slowly move out of their line of sight. Did they spot me? Or was it just a coincidence? Something was watching us from the shade of that tree. It seems to be gone now. Den sharply scans the surroundings. The other two also start to be on guard. It's not an animal, I think. If you can understand, I won't harm you, so please come out. The hunters put their hands on their bows, ready for combat. What should I do? Should I fight back? No, I want to avoid a fight. I haven't been found yet, so I should just run away. If you don't come out, we'll consider you a target from now on. I hope you come out now. After the declaration, Den mutters, we don't want an unknown entity in the forest, either. His voice makes me feel a bit guilty. Please come out. This is your last chance. I take a step back. I don't have time to hesitate. I need to get away as soon as possible. Several arrows fly at me in no time. They are all aimed at my head and torso. I barely manage to block them with telekinesis. Seems like you're backing off. No intention of coming out, I see. Den closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Then, from now on, it's hunting time. All the arrows were shot by Den. His skill in shooting multiple arrows at the vital points of an invisible enemy is terrifying. I need to run, I think, but the next wave of arrows is already coming. I try to hide behind a tree, but by the time I do, Den has already knocked another arrow. Fortunately, the other two don't seem to have pinpointed my exact location, but the way they aim their bows at me is unsettling. Think you're safe behind a tree. A chill runs down my spine. I have a bad feeling, so I jump to a branch of a different tree. At that moment, a crack sound echoes. Looking down, I see that the tree I was hiding behind is gouged out, with a large hole in it. The tree falls with a loud noise. Looking at Den, it seems he figured out my position from the shaking branch and is aiming his bow at me. Light is emanating from Den's bow and body. It's key. This is bad, really bad. Even a barrier created by telekinesis won't help now. I need to get away from here as soon as possible. Just as I think this and try to fly into the sky, I feel a sharp impact in my right foot. An arrow is growing out of my foot. No, an arrow is embedded in my foot. I paid too much attention to Den. The arrow shot by the hunter Eco, imbued with ki, accurately caught my right foot. Got him. Seems so. But this might be a bit of a problem. It hurts. I can't be hit again. It hurts. I run for my life. It hurts. Deeper into the forest, it hurts, 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 faster, faster. I roll into the depths of the forest and writhe in pain. It's not like a muscle ache or a scrape. It's a clear, tearing pain that makes me roll around. Magic. Can I do something with magic? Knowledge about Na channel blockage, bradykinin inactivation, and similar things come to mind. If I can use them, I will. I channel magic to perform pain relief. I need to do something about the pain, I can't bear it. It seems I've gotten used to it, or maybe I've gotten better at developing magic on the spot, but the pain is subsiding. Now, I need to do something about this arrow. As the pain subsides, I can think a little more clearly. First, I need to pull out the arrow. I've heard that if you don't pull out an arrow immediately, the muscle will tense up and it won't come out. Indeed, it doesn't come out easily when I pull it. Considering the shape of the arrowhead, it seems it would widen the wound if I pull it out as is. Looking at my blood-covered hands, I feel a bit amused. I'm fiddling with the arrow, but without the pain relief magic, it would be much worse. I can't afford to escape reality. I need to pull out the arrow. Blood is still flowing, even as I think about it. What should I do? How can I pull it out? Two options come to mind. Cut around the arrow and remove it. Or, push it through and pull it out from the other side. I don't really want to cut my own body and widen the wound. So, the latter option. Fortunately, there don't seem to be any fletching on the back of the arrow, so it should come out easily if I push it in. I fold a small piece of cloth and bite it between my back teeth. I've heard it helps to endure the pain. I don't think it's necessary with the pain relief magic, but it's a matter of feeling. What? I'm pretty calm, aren't I? A wry smile escapes. I grab the arrow and, with a determined mind, push it in. There's no pain. There's no pain, but I can feel the arrow pushing through the muscle in my hand. This sensation, it's like this. It reminds me of gutting a bird. I try to think of other things while pulling out the arrow. It's out. But the blood gushing from the wound where the arrow was removed is unexpected. It's spurting out. For now, I ball up a rag and press it against the back of my knee. The carriage continues, with two of them in a row. One carriage carries goods, and the other is for the merchant. In the merchant's carriage, there are people other than the merchant. It seems that those with extra money hire guides when moving within the holy territory. These guides are called pilgrimage masters. I don't know much about them, but they differ from explorers who explore and hunt in the holy territory. Pilgrimage masters live in the holy territory, providing protection and assistance to travelers. I've heard that many explorers also work as pilgrimage masters. However, since this village is at the edge of the holy territory, there's little need to hire them to come here. They probably don't have much to do here. This time, the main goods were alcohol, medicine, and tobacco. The village is almost entirely self-sufficient, so they rarely buy food. They hand over their crops to the merchant and receive goods in return. Occasionally, they supplement with currency, but it's mostly a barter system. I watch the transaction from a distance, remaining hidden. I don't want to be spotted by hunters like Dinya or Eco. They rarely meet these merchants, and while I think it's safe, I'm honestly very scared. After the morning to noon transactions, the merchants depart for other towns. They will be a good guide for this journey, which has no set destination. I start to follow them, staying alert. The animals pulling the carriages are not actually horses. They are called hack. They look like white horses at first glance, but they have horns and cat-like legs. There's a legend among pilgrimage masters that riding a hack makes one less likely to encounter sword-related disasters, making them popular. I learned this from a conversation between the merchant and the pilgrimage master. The merchant is a stout middle-aged man named Kilia. The pilgrimage master he hired is a young man named Kaizen, who is working for Kilia for the first time. They started chatting about various topics. I'm genuinely interested. I've seen hack before when merchants came to the village, but to the villagers, they are just animals we see every day and no one showed any interest. So, no one talked about them or asked questions. I didn't even know their name or anything about them. Moreover, the legends and stories are specific to the pilgrimage master community, and Kilia didn't know about them either. He just used them because they are good for long-distance travel and can fight decently. It's a story from the pilgrimage master community. Learning about a different community's culture is very enjoyable. It was a valuable conversation. Being able to have such an experience right after leaving the village is a good start. We've been traveling for a few hours since leaving the village. The carriages move through the slight flat areas in the forest. The carriages rattle and sway as they step on tree roots. It doesn't affect me since I'm flying. I suddenly look back. Far beyond the horizon, a large tree stands, connecting to the sky. The root forest of the holy territory, Nug, continues, but the density of the roots on the ground seems to have thinned. There will be a small town soon. It's the first town I'll enter outside of my village. I wonder what it will be like. I'm a bit excited. To be honest, it wasn't much different from the village. That makes sense. This town also benefits from Nug, though to a lesser extent. It relies a bit more on livestock and agriculture, but otherwise, it's not much different. However, the population seems a bit larger, the land is wider, and I saw more people. It was a bit of a letdown, but it's still an unknown town. Seeing unfamiliar scenery is enjoyable in itself. After Killier finishes his business in the town, he departs again. I follow, a bit tired, and rest on the carriage. I feel bad for the hack, but I hope they can bear with me for a while. On the carriage, I think about what to do next. The question is, where should I get off? It's a journey without a set destination. There's no specific goal, so it doesn't matter where I get off. I want to live normally, showing my face. I can't hide forever. I prefer a large, open place. A big city would be good. A forest would be fine too, but I want a different life from before. If I don't like it, I can always return. So, I think I should go to the end of the carriage route. Killier's base is likely a big city. I just have a feeling. The carriage continues, and I enjoy the pleasant breeze on the carriage. However, I notice something. The atmosphere doesn't feel right. The pilgrimage master doesn't seem to notice. I quickly spread my magic to check. I found it. In the depths of the forest, something is watching us. At first, I thought it was a regular dog, but it's different. I can't sense its shape with my magic, it's as if it's pushing my magic away. It's a different reaction from the Key of Kitch and others. Could it be? I realize it's a beast that can manipulate Ki or magic. It's the first magical creature I've encountered. I wonder what to do. Should I hunt it? However, I don't sense much hostility. It's just watching us. If we can pass by without incident, that's fine. I can run if it becomes dangerous. I decide to leave it alone. At night, we set up camp. The journey was slower than planned. We were supposed to reach the next town by evening, but now we arrive late at night. When traveling in the wild, vigilance is part of the pilgrimage master's job. Kaizen is quickly starting a fire. Sorry, we were supposed to stay at an inn. It's fine. This is part of our job, after all. While taking out reserve food from the carriage and preparing to cook, he soaks white grains in water and puts them on the fire. When it boils, he adds chopped herbs and dried meat. After a few minutes, a good smell starts to spread. Smells good. Killier smiles and peeks into the pot. Usually, the food is colder and has harder meat. This is fresh. The two servants also praise it. Well. Normally, in the holy territory, we can't make such a strong smell. But here, it should be fine. It seems the delicious meal is a service from Kaizen. It really looks delicious. I hope there's a little left over. If so, I might be able to get some in the chaos.
PMITV audiobook.
The porridge was quickly finished. It really was delicious. Killier even had seconds. When everyone is asleep at night, the sound of the fire crackles. The bright flames make the surroundings seem to waver. Killier and the merchants are sleeping comfortably in the carriage. The bedding inside is not for sale. They are wrapped in fluffy, good-smelling futons, snoring peacefully. Kaizen is also asleep, leaning against a sleeping hack. He has the reins in his hand, and a bag for emergencies is nearby. I decide to sleep too. I climb a tree to find a place to rest. Just as I find a suitable spot and close my eyes, I feel something odd. There are too many sounds. Until now, there were only the sounds of the fire, the breathing of 4 people and 2 animals, and the rustling of leaves. There's one extra breath. I search for the source and see it. In the darkness, 2 red eyes are glowing. Reflexively, I jump back to another tree. It doesn't seem to have noticed me. Following its gaze, I see the carriage. It's probably targeting the carriage. Slowly, it reveals itself in the firelight. At first, I thought it was a large dog. But then I realize it's different. It has a dog's head, a large, thin white dog. However, it's taller than an adult. And it has 6 legs, 3 on each side. I shudder. It's the first strange beast I've encountered in this world. Other animals were familiar in some way. Even Hack is a combination of known animals. But this time, it's different. No one wakes up. Even Kaizen, who should be the first to notice, is just sleeping. Seeing it, I feel a bit of disgust. Again. I think. If I do nothing, this large dog will probably attack the carriage. Can Kaizen fight? I don't know, but even if he can, the goods will likely be damaged. Kaizen is still a novice pilgrimage master. If he fails to handle this large dog and causes damage, it might be a good learning experience. The best option in my mind is to let it happen. They will probably wake up if the carriage is attacked. I'm curious about how they will handle it. However, there's another possibility. The large dog will first attack Kaizen and Hack, who are outside. It's already a few steps away. If it bites their heads off, that's the end. Then, it will eat or chase away the merchants, who can't fight well, and leisurely loot the carriage. That feels a bit wrong. I don't dislike them. I hope they have a smooth journey until we reach the big city. Given the uncertainty of the large dog's actions, it's safer to eliminate it. I decide this. I spread my magic to cover the large dog. Even if its magic pushes mine away, I can still cover it. I cast a soundproofing spell. Roar, roar. The large dog, noticing the anomaly, lets out a roar. But no one can hear its voice or the sound of its feet. I lift it with telekinesis. It's quite heavy and struggles fiercely. Sweat forms on my forehead. It must weigh over a ton. It's the first time I've lifted something so heavy. I carry the large dog away from the caravan. It continues to struggle the whole time. I think I've moved it over 100 meters. The firelight is far away. I put the dog down in a suitable spot, hoping it will run away. However, things don't go as planned. The moment it touches the ground, it runs back toward the caravan. It has noticed the interference. It probably thinks that if it gets rid of the interference, it can easily satisfy its hunger. Roar, roar. It runs through the trees, letting out a roar. I no longer hesitate. I cut off its legs with wind blades. Unlike boars or birds, it's covered in magic, making it harder. But it's not impossible to cut. In the next moment, its 6 legs, stained with fresh blood, fall off. I feel a bit sorry for the struggling, confused dog, but I show no mercy. I cut off its head. I don't hear its death cry. In the morning, Kaizen and the others wake up. They restart the fire and start preparing breakfast. They don't seem to scout the area. I'm a bit grateful. I don't want them to find the remains. Dealing with the large dog from yesterday was difficult. I can't process it. I cut off the edible parts of its thighs and buried the rest in pieces. Honestly, it's a waste. But it's hard to eat everything, and I don't have the time or materials to preserve it. I roasted the thighs and ate them. The taste is bland, similar to lean chicken. I don't particularly like it. Kilia and the others finish their breakfast and depart immediately. They want to reach the next town by morning. From the conversation, it seems that town is Kilia's base. So, I'll live there next. What will that town be like? We'll soon leave the Nerg forest. There will surely be new experiences. Excited, I follow the carriage. Third-person perspective. This is a side story. The casual conversations here are flavor text and do not affect the main plot. In this village, there are fairies. Elsie was vaguely but firmly convinced of this. Fairies. They are fragments of the moon. In fairy tales, they are small girls with wings, and in the nearby village of Mailman, they are small men with tattered clothes and long, unkempt hair. However, the only ones who truly believe in their existence are young children, and by the time they turn 7, most people deny their existence. But Elsie, who was often scolded by her husband for being too dreamy, was a rare woman who continued to believe in fairies even as an adult. And as the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The women who were close to her also half believed and half doubted but still believed. The morning well meeting began as usual. The well meeting is called such because it starts around the well, and in this small village, it was particularly prominent. Drawing water in the morning is generally a woman's job. Husbands and small children go to the fields or tend to the livestock, and women bring water from the communal well while waiting for them. It was just a given. As a result, the people who draw water at the well at their usual times are always the same, leading to the well meeting. Of course, these meetings also take place in other places, such as under the eaves or in someone's home with light snacks. Gossip and current events are a source of enjoyment in a small village. After placing the water buckets on the ground, they start talking without anyone initiating it. Today, the meeting with Elsie and 4 other women had begun. Oh, was it your house yesterday? Yes. So, it might be a big hunt today. I'll share if there's any left. Today's topic was that the spices at the house 3 doors down had run low. Elsie had experienced this many times. At first, she thought it was just her imagination. But after it happened 2 or 3 times over a month, she finally felt something was off. By the time a year had passed since she first noticed, she was certain. The salt was decreasing. It wasn't a significant amount. Just a handful for a child. Even if she paid close attention, it was only a slight discrepancy. But it was definitely decreasing. Normally, this would be a cause for alarm. In a small community, stealing is a betrayal of the whole, and theft itself is a serious crime. The information should be shared immediately, and measures taken. But Elsie did not do that. It wasn't out of malice. She had seen something just before. Her child, who had been wobbling and about to fall, stood up in an unnatural position and started walking without any issues. She had only seen it once. It had nothing to do with the disappearance of the salt. One day, while doing other work, she noticed her son moving strangely. It was strange enough to cause a commotion. But her son didn't seem uncomfortable, he was just laughing and having fun. This made Elsie hesitant to tell anyone around her. Putting aside the right or wrong of not thinking deeply about the event, her child-centric thinking was a virtue as a mother. It was unrelated to the fortunate event that the entity that helped her son was not harmful. The entity that helped her son. Elsie was certain of its existence. She had a hunch, though not a clear one. When her son, Frau, was a baby, he sometimes laughed at nothing. She could hear his laughter from a room where he was supposed to be alone. She hadn't thought much about it before. Children are like that. They laugh at the chirping of birds outside and cry at the shadow of clouds. Such feelings of joy and discomfort that adults can't understand. That's what she thought. Indeed, that was correct. Frau wasn't laughing at fairies or talking to them. He was just laughing at the gentle breeze on his cheeks or the fun scenes he imagined on the ceiling. But Elsie didn't think so. According to old traditions, she thought the fairies were making her child laugh. No, she knew they didn't exist. But the girl inside her heart wished it were true. That wish dulled her adult judgment. She wouldn't make a fuss. But if someone else spoke up, she would testify. After the struggle between her adult, realistic judgment and her dreamy, childish wishes, that was Elsie's conclusion. However, others soon noticed the disappearance of salt and spices. It didn't take long for this to become a rumor among the women. But no one tried to make a fuss. Everyone had thought it was their imagination until someone mentioned it, and even after it was mentioned, it became a source of entertainment among the women. Why? Because on the days when the salt disappeared, something good always happened. It wasn't always the same. Sometimes the fire would lit quickly, a cool breeze blew during hot summer farm work, or the hunter husband had a big catch. The good luck varied. Eventually, someone suggested it was the work of fairies. In the mailman region, fairies were believed to explore empty houses in search of food and clothes, steal a little food, and in return, help with livestock and housework. Someone recalled that their child had lost clothes while playing in the water. The child had taken off the clothes that were sticking to their skin and then lost them. Of course, no one thought the fairies had stolen them. It was just that they had probably been carried away by the current. Everyone had suspected as much. But connecting the disappearance of food and clothes, the rumor of fairies was born. For the women, who were hungry for entertainment, this rumor was important. If they told their husbands, the truth would be investigated, and it would no longer be a rumor. To protect their enjoyment, the secret was surprisingly well kept. Coincidentally, the time when the rumor was discussed was when the fairy was said to be taking a bath or training, which helped the rumor persist. If the fairy had known about the rumor, it would have disappeared. Of course, there was a price for keeping the secret. The daily provisions, which were already less than what they earned in the city, were being reduced, even if only slightly. This was certainly a regrettable matter. But in exchange, the thrill of keeping a secret from their husbands. They desired this. It was easier to obtain than an affair and wouldn't cause significant harm if discovered. And the good luck that could serve as an excuse for hiding it was also present. In their daily lives, they were intoxicated by the slight excitement it brought. The saying "only the husbands are unaware" applied not only to infidelity but to any secret in any world. One day, a commotion occurred in the village. A dead bull was found, and it had been killed by someone. The villagers were alarmed, not by the boar's death but by the existence of something that could kill a boar in their village. The men immediately formed a search party and went hunting in the mountains, but they found nothing. The women were also afraid. They began to suspect that the culprit was the fairy they had been talking about. Indeed, in some regions, there were terrifying fairies. There were legends of bird-like fairies that attached themselves to women with infants and stole their souls. Elsie had heard this from a drunk traveler when she was a child, so she wasn't sure where it was from. But the shared secret strengthened the group's bond and maintained it. From an outsider's perspective, it might seem foolish, but to the women, it was very important. It wasn't confirmed that the bull was killed by fairies. Everyone tried to maintain the status quo and denied it brightly. As a result, the incident did not lead to the exposure of the rumor but only added a sense of fear to the thrill of the secret. The limit of their secret was still far off. One day, in the winter when the existence of fairies had become a given among the women. The New Year's festival was approaching, and the women were busy with preparations. Elsie was also involved in the preparations. Her role this year was to prepare sugar candies. She had to shape the clay-like dough made from ground almonds and sugar into the shape of a cow. It was a task she had been doing since childhood, but she was not good at it. She gathered the dough into a rough shape, cut it with scissors at the designated spots, twisted and stretched it, and shaped it with a spatula. She remade and remixed the dough multiple times, sighing each time. It was supposed to be soft and delicious, but the process of remaking it made it taste bad, which she found truly regrettable. But it was a celebratory item, and no one would care about the taste. She thought this as she continued to make them. The time spent taking care of children and remaking the candies made it difficult to meet the required number, but she didn't mind. However, the number of candies had increased at some point. Was it the children's mischief or the fairy's mischief? Elsie couldn't tell, but she felt a little happy and continued to make the rest in a good mood. "I'll eat this one," she thought, and didn't forget to mark it. After the new year, during the seed planting season, when the field work began. At the simple dinner of bread and salted meat soup, Elsie's son said something that Elsie, and the village women, did not want to hear. "Today, I made a new friend." Being able to casually report the day's events to their parents is a sign of a healthy family. But the excited words of her son made Elsie's heart tremble. Surely, the unpleasant thoughts that everyone had been dreading were about to come true. The collapse of the secret was inevitable, it was just a matter of time. Elsie hadn't expected that her son would be the one to cause the collapse. But deep down, it made sense. The good luck from the fairy seemed to be more related to Frau. Thinking back, the fairy had been playing with Frau since he was an infant. And the direct good luck that other families didn't hear about. Surely, Frau was the child closest to the fairy. She wasn't angry with her son. But she felt a little emptiness and a sense of guilt for breaking the women's secret. In reality, everyone would be disappointed but would soon forget and create new rumors. But that was something to be said after the fact. At that moment, Elsie's mind was filled with thoughts of apologizing to everyone. Her husband frowned, showing his distrust. It was a natural reaction. Elsie thought so too. Recently, there had been no talk of anyone moving in. The sudden appearance of an unknown child, or even if it was a child, was suspicious. The detailed questioning of Frau that followed. Soon after, her husband went to report to the village elder, Siam. Leaving the village at night, in the dark, was a sign of the seriousness of the matter, which also troubled Elsie. Secrets are always eventually exposed. The secrets shared by the women would be exposed that day. With the sadness and the loss of enjoyment, Elsie quietly looked up at the moon. The light of the full moon shone through a break in the cloudy sky. Thinking about it, the fairy had been in the village since Frau was a child, watching over and protecting him. She couldn't do anything for the fairy. Siam, his good friend Kasoku, and Dene. She had heard that they were all skilled explorers. The small boy who had appeared. He would be found quickly. Elsie couldn't protect him. She couldn't help him, who had comforted everyone's boredom in recent years. Rather, she should suggest luring him out and capturing him, for the village. But she couldn't do that. She couldn't repay the good fortune he had given her child with malice. As a member of the village and a dreamy girl, her struggle continued. But time waits for no one. She couldn't do anything. She could only pray for the fairy's safety, feeling her powerlessness. "Please, escape without being found. And make my son laugh again." Perhaps her wish was heard. The full moon, as if hiding the fairy, disappeared into the clouds. It was a large city, that was the first impression. The caravan passed through the checkpoint. Perhaps it was a tax on goods. The guards looked at the merchandise and wrote something on the papers in their hands. Once the familiar task was completed, the carriage quickly entered the city. Most of the buildings were made of stone. I had only seen 2 other villages, but in those, most buildings were made of wood. Perhaps things were different the further one got from Nurg. The roads were also completely different. Perhaps because there were no roots, the hard-packed earth was flat, and the carriage's jolts had decreased. "All right, let's go to my shop. We'll finalize the contract there." Understood. Kilia and Kaizen also parted ways. It seemed they didn't have an exclusive contract and had to sign one each time they traded. We had arrived safely in the large city. Though I had decided on my own, there was no longer any reason for me to travel with them. This was where we parted. I turned my back on them and started walking. It was indeed a large city. There were many people, and naturally, many shops. There were various types of businesses, including restaurants, inns, and clothing stores, which were almost non-existent in the village. Speaking of clothing stores, the people on the streets wore a variety of outfits, which was interesting to watch. There were young men in armor, an old man with an unusually high level of exposure, and a girl with a thin ribbon-like cloth wrapped around her, making her look puffy. It was hard to understand the practicality of such outfits. Hey, we have some good fish today. You look beautiful today. How about buying this? The city was lively. Perhaps because there were many people on the streets. There were also many street vendors, something I had never seen in the village. As I looked at the shops, I realized I didn't have any money. I couldn't use the shops without the means to pay for them. Moreover, I hadn't really thought about the value of money. I couldn't do anything here. I needed to get some money. But I couldn't think of anything. I had left the village on a whim, without any plan. I looked like a dirty 5-year-old. I certainly couldn't do any business. This was the result of leaving the village without thinking. I smiled wryly. I had decided to live outside the village, but I still couldn't do anything. My stomach growled. There was no point in standing around. I needed to eat first. I would go hunting in the forest outside the city, as usual. I returned to the forest as soon as I arrived in the city. The birds in this forest were also delicious. After eating and calming down, I thought about my next steps. I thought I could live as a wild human, but I also wanted to live using the city like other people. Looking at the buildings lined up in the city, I honestly felt that way. Moreover, I had decided on the carriage. This time, I wanted to live without hiding. I decided to live in the sunlight. If so, I needed to start living in the city. With renewed determination, I stood up. It felt like a long time since I had seen my own shadow. I wandered around the city. First, I needed a job, but I couldn't think of anything. From what I had seen in the village, everyone had their own family business. Hardly anyone even considered leaving the village. Kitsch was the exception. I couldn't take over a family business. I didn't even have one. I might have had one, but I didn't know my parents' faces, names, or occupations. There was no way I could take over such a business. How could I get a job? Even thinking back, there was no one to use as a reference. However, my determination didn't change. I could return to the forest, but there were still options. This thought came to me when I saw a child who looked like a vagrant at the edge of my vision. He looked about the same age as me, or a little older. To be frank, he was wearing dirty, simple clothes, had messy hair, and his thin arms and legs suggested he was probably a vagrant. He was surviving. He might have a guardian and a normal life, but that would be a different story. If I watched him, I was sure I could find a way to make a living. There must be something I could do. I believed this and waited. I leaned against the wall at the edge of the alley, subtly observing his actions. His actions were sudden. He suddenly stepped into the crowd and smoothly approached a man. Then, he quickly snatched the leather bag from the bald man's hand and ran away. "Stop! Stop!" The man shouted and ran after him. However, it was difficult to chase the boy who had disappeared into the crowd. The people around him first looked at the man, then at the running boy. After that, they cleared the way with surprised expressions. "Damn it!" The man spat and chased after the boy. However, the boy also wanted to spit. There was no crowd to hide in anymore. From here on, it was a race of speed. I watched this in amazement. So, the boy's job was pickpocketing. Right, but I couldn't just stand there. I immediately started chasing him. Like the parting of the Red Sea, I ran through the split crowd without drawing attention. It was easy to be inconspicuous. Everyone's attention was on the man who had been pickpocketed. The boy ran. He seemed to be heading somewhere, running straight without hesitation. He was quite fast, perhaps from experience. The man and I chased after him, but we couldn't catch up. Reluctantly, I ran into an inconspicuous alley and used transparency. Then, I flew in the air to chase him. This way, I could easily keep up. After a while, the boy, who was smaller in stature, was about to be caught by the man. "Stop, you little brat." The man's hand reached for the back of the boy's neck. He was almost there. At that moment, a barrel rolled over from the side, as if to support the boy. "What?" The man was surprised, and his hand paused. Taking advantage of this, the boy increased the distance. "Damn, I won't let you get away." The boy ran into an alley. The man tried to follow but stopped abruptly. He tried to enter several times, stomping his feet. The man's face was twisted in frustration. After looking around the alley, he spat and turned away. Damn, those wretched kids. Why wasn't he chasing? I wondered, but then I heard his parting words. Slum trash. Slum, a poor neighborhood, perhaps. I probably saw it for the first time. Indeed, the entrance to the alley was quite different from the rest of the city. There were many wooden buildings, which were rare in the city, and they were oddly shaped. They had been repeatedly expanded, with gaps in the walls, thin roofs, and some half-collapsed houses covered only with cloth. I almost lost sight of the boy, fascinated by the scene. I hurriedly followed him. A little further in, the boy walked into an open square-like area. Another boy of about the same age ran up to him and gave him a high five. He was probably the one who rolled the barrel earlier. "What did you make today?" "Pretty heavy, this. Maybe it's full of gold." The gray-haired boy who had pickpocketed threw the leather bag up and spoke happily. "Hiro is fast, as usual." "Yeah, the barrel earlier really helped." Hiro, as he was called, laughed. His full smile revealed a missing front tooth. "Well, let's exchange it for money. Let's eat something good today." "Sure." The two started walking straight down a road littered with garbage and debris. The transaction took place in a dirty-looking house. A sign that read "Stone Shop" was hanging, though it was broken. Hiro and the other boy, apparently named Rico, pushed open the creaking door and entered the dark shop. I slipped in with them. "Well, that's about it for today." A wrinkled old man held out some items. A few fruits and some dried fish on skewers were lined up on the counter. "No, that's too little," Hiro and Rico complained. "Fair enough. Want to count again?" The old man listed the contents of the leather bag. First, iron and copper coins, totaling 1 copper coin. Then, this is a pair of scissors. A poor-quality whetstone and a used file, totaling 1 copper coin. And the scraps of paper and cloth, which are probably worth about half an iron coin. It seemed the weight was due to the whetstone. 1.5 copper coins, that's about it. The old man sighed as he saw the two boys' shoulders droop. "Well, bring something else if you have it. I'll exchange it for money or goods." The two boys, finally convinced by the gruff explanation, left the shop dejectedly. "Damn. I thought we could eat something good today." Rico patted Hiro's shoulder to encourage him. Their stomachs growled simultaneously. "Well, there's no choice. Let's eat somewhere right away." The two, carrying their goods, walked off into the distance. After watching all of this, I decided to take action. It seemed that the residents of the slums who didn't have jobs obtained food from this shop. They repeatedly committed crimes like theft and pickpocketing to get the means to obtain food. Therefore, the slum residents were disliked by law-abiding citizens. To law-abiding citizens, this shop was nothing but a nuisance. However, this was where I could get money. For me, this was a necessary facility. I smiled wryly, realizing that there was no difference between a pig rooting in a field and what I was about to do. I mocked myself. However, I convinced myself that there would be no problem as long as I didn't get involved in crime. I didn't know if I could use this stone shop, but I wouldn't know unless I tried. There was another problem. I had nothing to exchange. I had left the village with only the clothes on my back, so it was natural. The old man had dealt with fish and fruit. Perhaps I could exchange fish and fruit for money. Thinking alone wouldn't get me anywhere. I decided to go to the forest immediately. I flew to a deep part of the forest, where people hadn't yet intruded. I didn't know where the fruit was. The vegetation in this forest was different from the village, and the red fruit I often saw in the village was not there. However, there were green fruits that looked similar. They tasted like pears, so I decided to call them pears. I was sure the same fruit was sold in the shop. I would take some. Then, I looked for a river. I found it quickly. Fish were swimming in it. I immediately spread my magic and used telekinesis to grab a couple of fish. I made a cut on their necks, and they quickly bled to death. I wrapped the fish in a large leaf nearby. It was still dripping with water. Now I had the goods. I would go to the shop I had seen earlier. "You're new, aren't you?" Unlike Hiro and Rico, the old man's reaction was different. He spoke without looking at me, just as before. He didn't refuse the fish and fruit, but inspected them with his fingertips. Then, he turned to me and spoke. "So, what do you want to exchange for?" "Other food." "Money." "I have alcohol too." I'd like money, please." I wasn't short of food. When I asked for money, the old man searched a box that looked like a safe behind him. 2 small fish and 5 well-shaped pears. I'd say half a copper coin. That's fine. I still didn't understand the value of money. This was my first transaction, so I would learn from it. When I held out my hand, a coin split in half was placed in it. The blackened coin was probably a copper coin. "What can you exchange here?" The old man looked at me uninterestedly and then spoke after a pause. "I'll exchange anything. Money, food, anything except living things. By the way, can you buy things from children like me?" The old man sighed again. "Obviously, I'm exchanging them now." Sorry. I was just curious." I apologized in form. "I don't discriminate against customers or items. I'll buy anything from a kid like you, no matter how shady. As long as you have the money, I'll sell you anything. Food, weapons, medicine, you name it." I narrowed my eyes in admiration. If his words were true, this place was worth using. Since he dealt with stolen goods, I couldn't trust him. There was a risk that the items I bought were stolen, and I could be called a thief. However, as a young child who couldn't get a job, I could earn money here. I clenched the copper fragment I had just obtained. I would try to earn money here for a while. There might be a better place. There might be a place where I could work. But for now, selling goods here would be my job. I decided on this. "Thanks, I'll come again." The old man turned away without a word. This town is apparently called Ireland. I had thought it was a large town, but upon closer inquiry, it turns out to be the secondary capital of the Essen Kingdom. Even so, there are multiple places like this town. Each of them is governed by adult members of the royal family and their accompanying nobles. Incidentally, the village where I grew up was also part of the Essen Kingdom. That nameless village was developed by the current residents 15 years ago and has continued to this day. There is a disparity even in this town, where people from the royal family to the common folk live. These differences are roughly divided by where they live. The first district is home to the administrators and major merchants. The second district is where the relatively wealthy live. The fifth district is where the craftsmen reside, and so on. Roughly speaking, the town is divided into grid-like sections, numbered from 1 to 12. The slums are an exception, perhaps akin to a 13th district. So, what did you bring today? I've become quite familiar with this shop owner. I offered him the chicken meat wrapped in leaves. At first, I used to bring fish and fruits for trade, but it was easier to catch a few extra chickens along with my usual meals. Besides, the price was much higher. I also changed the way I prepared the chickens. I cut the carotid artery to drain the blood and properly disassembled the wings. This changed the price as well. When I first brought them, they were worth 7 iron coins, but now one chicken is worth 1 copper coin. The price changes depending on how you prepare and catch them. I don't know if it's fair, but it's nice to be appreciated. I'm not sure if the old man makes the dried meat himself or outsources it, but sometimes this chicken is sold as dried meat from this shop. When I tried to make dried meat, it rotted and went to waste. There must be some secret to it. Maybe I should sneak in and take a look next time. And the exchange, too. I laid out the copper and iron coins on the counter. Coins take up a lot of space as their quantity increases. The currency starts with gold coins, followed by silver, copper, and iron coins, but their exchange rate is not decimal. 1 gold coin is worth 25 silver coins, 200 copper coins, and 2,000 iron coins. There are also half silver and half copper coins. At first, it was confusing, but now I can do the calculations fairly well. 8 copper coins and 10 iron coins. 1 silver coin and 1 copper coin, is that okay? The shop owner counted each coin, he, me and looked at me with his usual blank expression. Please? The fee is 1 iron coin, right? Yeah, that's fine. I nodded, placed an iron coin on the counter, and turned to leave. As usual, there was no farewell. I walked through the rough streets. It's been several months since I started living in this slum. I've saved quite a bit of money. I haven't decided what to do with it, but the feeling of my efforts turning into value is quite satisfying. I walked the familiar path, avoiding debris and garbage. Someone was standing in front of me. When I saw his face, it was the guy who has been bothering me a lot lately. Hey, bird boy. It's Hiro. What's up, all of a sudden? It was Hiro. He wiped his dirty cheeks and glared at me with a sullen face. Are you hoarding money again? Let us catch some birds too. I don't understand, but if you want to catch them, go ahead. No one is stopping you. As always, his demands are unclear. Is there some secret method or something? Teach us quickly. It's unfair for you to hog everything. I sighed, again. I'm not hoarding profits. This is something I've earned on my own. He and Rico aren't exactly idle. They live by gathering fruits, catching fish, and stealing. Stealing can be quite profitable if you hit the right target. They could earn more that way. No matter what I say, he won't listen. Besides, I've already answered about the method every time. I've told you many times, I catch them with magic. Magic. You can't use that. It's always the same. Magic is something great people study and use. A bird boy like you can't use it. Hiro scratched his grey hair vigorously, and I could see dandruff flying around. I'm getting tired of this repeated exchange. I kicked a stone on the ground to keep my patience. My rational side told me that threatening with magic would be going too far. Then, become a great person and study more. I ended the conversation and changed my direction. I'll take a different route home today. Dash. I returned to the abandoned house where I live and ate my meal. Occasionally, I buy apples or dried meat, but mostly I eat what I catch myself. Even so, worries still arise. To put it simply, I'm bored. This is no different from living in the forest. Just hunting and living off it, with the addition of saving money. I want to do something new. I want to add a new element to my life. I've been thinking this, but I haven't been able to take the step. Dash. Sorry, but I won't be able to buy chicken from you for a while. On that day, when I went to the stone house to sell the birds as usual, the shop owner said this with a blank expression. Why? I don't understand. Food should always have a steady demand, especially since chicken is used in the preserved foods sold here. Was there some issue? I asked, but the shop owner shook his head. It's not a big deal, but there's been a nasty rumor about the chicken you bring. What kind of? The rumor is that the chicken you bring is of the lowest quality. The shop owner sighed. Because of this, people are complaining about the meat I exchange. They say if I'm going to offer this meat, I should increase the quantity or offer something different. Frankly, I can't make a deal that doesn't pay. I can buy it at a throwaway price, but I doubt you'd like that. True, that wouldn't be good. It would be a waste to throw away the birds. I always enjoy eating them. Maybe other items. The shop owner hesitated. He blinked twice and continued. I can still buy them at a normal price for a while, so do that. Understood. There was a sense of unease, but I nodded. I can still get food without focusing on birds or meat. Fish or fruits. But, I thought, I could gather useful items from the wild. Minerals, herbs, branches, even if they are easy to get and have low value, there must be something else. The shop owner stared at me in silence. He probably thought I would argue, but I had already answered. I said it was fine. Then, can you tell me about something valuable that can be obtained outside the city? The shop owner's eyes widened. It was the first time I had seen him surprised. He quickly returned to his usual blank expression and thought for a moment. So, you want to buy information about nearby resources? He walked to the back shelf, where papers, documents, and books were stored. He spread a white paper on the counter and started writing with an ink-dipped quill. The small circle he drew was probably this town. First, what can you do? What can you get your hands on? I put my finger to my lips and looked at the shop owner. I tried to smile, but I don't know how it looked. Are you asking for my personal information in exchange? Ha ha. The shop owner smirked and then returned to his usual expression, but he seemed more expressive today. Right. Fair enough. In exchange for this information, then, I can use simple magic. I lit a small flame on my fingertip. The shop owner smiled. So, you've been using magic to hunt the usual ingredients. That makes sense. The shop owner looked around the paper, nodded, and started drawing the north direction. About 300 li, 150 kilometers, north of here, there's a mountain called Kos. At the foot of the mountain, there's a river with stones. Stones? Yes. They're in the riverbed. Mainly jade, but occasionally gold ore as well. There's not a huge amount, but it's fairly plentiful. Bring them back, you mean? Exactly. You'll make a fortune, and so will I. The shop owner rolled up the paper and handed it to me. It contained a rough map to Kos Mountain and the characteristics of jade and gold ore. Are other people going there too? If it's that profitable, someone else must be going. No, almost no one goes. The shop owner stated firmly. First, it's quite far from the city. You have to walk through the forest for several days, living outdoors. Living outdoors isn't a big deal for anyone. Well, explorers and pilgrims can do it easily. But that's not all. What else? I had a bad feeling. There are monsters in the river. Ah, I see. I understood. Of course, it's not that simple. Still, encounters are rare. Do you know about monsters? Yes, I defeated one recently. The shop owner was impressed. He smiled for a moment, looking pleased. Then, no need for an explanation. There's a giant snake in that river. A snake. What kind? A yellow snake with fish-like fins. Some say it's a dragon's offspring, but that's unclear. It must be big if it's called a giant snake. It would be nice if it were edible. How big is it? Varies by story, but about 3 jang, 10 meters, long. Big. The shop owner continued, ignoring my contemplation. It takes time, and there are monsters, so it's not worth it. That's why not many people go. If you don't want to, you can stop, the shop owner implied. But I ignored it. Ah, but it's a good opportunity, so I'll go. A good opportunity. It's a personal matter, don't worry about it. I clapped my hands in front of my chest and smiled at the shop owner. He grinned back, showing his teeth. So, what do I need for the collection? Seeing my determination, the shop owner seemed to think something. I couldn't read his expression. Basically, you just need a bag to carry the stones. You don't need anything for outdoor living, right? Yes, I'm used to it. Still, you'll need other things. I'll gather a few items for you. In the end, I bought a cloth bag, sturdy clothes, a simple short sword, and basic food supplies. I still have savings, so it's fine. I've never worn such good clothes before. I was so happy with the sturdy shoes that I started hopping. Dust flew in the small shop each time. Don't get too confident, they're not that great. He scolded me quietly, showing his lower teeth. I responded with a yes, sir. The shop owner fell silent, thinking for a moment. Oh, one more thing. What? There's one more piece of information I want. Is there a place to sell the snake's body? Oh, and the edible parts. The shop owner looked at me with a bewildered face. The additional information cost 2 iron coins, as expected. The departure was scheduled for the next morning. The travel outfit I bought yesterday isn't the best, but for me, who had only worn old clothes, it was my first proper set of clothes. The thin leather boots cushioned the uneven ground and didn't get caught on thorns in the bushes. The densely woven clothes, similar to denim, allowed me to move without worrying about branches. The comfort was also great, a far cry from the thin shoes and undergarments I used to wear. Just wearing them made me happy. We would depart through the northern gate. A small child was leaving, but no one stopped me. With high spirits, I began to walk. This was my first expedition. Although it wasn't a journey that would take days to return from, it was still a long distance. Unlike usual hunts, which were done on the way back from a short distance, this was a trip for gathering. I hoped something would change on this expedition, which is why I accepted it. I wanted to change my stagnant life somehow. For a while, the fields stretched out. At this time of year, after the harvest, nothing was planted. About a month ago, golden ears of wheat swayed in the wind. It was probably wheat that was planted. However, it was a 150 kilometers journey. How long would it take to walk? If an adult walks 4 kilometers per hour, it would take 37.5 hours without a break. With my young body, it would take even longer, possibly more than double. Moreover, I would be walking through the forest, not on a road. I would need rest. Should I prepare for a journey of more than a week? Just as I thought this, I realized something. If I flew, the terrain wouldn't matter. Flying at full speed, I could be faster than an adult running. Realizing this, I immediately leaped into the sky and began flying north. I made a slight mistake. Flying was good, but I wasn't hiding. As a result, I was targeted by a large bird. At first, it looked like a black dot in the distance. But as it grew larger, I realized it was a bird with wide wings. Screech! Screech! In the next moment, it dove at my stomach. I barely managed to block its beak. Whoa, that was close. I panicked and held onto the beak. I immediately used telekinesis to throw it far away. The large bird, its flapping stopped, fell to the ground. It was big. Its wingspan was probably about 2 meters. It had a brown body, a sharp black beak, and large, powerful claws. I should probably hide while flying. Just as I thought this, something appeared at the edge of my vision. I realized something was approaching from below. It was the same bird from before. I quickly increased my speed to almost full. Then, I turned invisible. The bird, surprised by my disappearance, flew around for a while before heading back to where it had been. I let out a sigh of relief. I could have killed it, but I wasn't hungry. It would be a waste to leave it behind. After turning invisible, I wasn't attacked by any more raptors. I was once again reminded of the versatility of the invisibility spell. After about 3 hours, I seemed to have reached Mount Kazoo. I judged this by comparing the surrounding mountains with the map I received from the shop owner. It was probably close to noon. I decided to have a meal and rummaged through my bag. Inside was some dried meat, similar to soft beef jerky. I started to chew on it, but it was tough. I wanted some water. When I went down to the river, it was just as I had heard, various stones were flowing. I cupped the water in my hands. It didn't seem murky, and it didn't have a strange smell when I brought it close to my nose. Just to be safe, I filtered it. I used magic to create a cylindrical container and filled it with stones of various sizes. I poured the water over it and drank the water that came out from the bottom. I also decided to boil it. I created a stone container and heated it from below. A little boiling would be enough. The departure was scheduled for the next morning. The travel outfit I bought yesterday isn't the best, but for me, who had only worn old clothes, it was my first proper set of clothes. The thin leather boots cushioned the uneven ground and didn't get caught on thorns in the bushes. The densely woven clothes, similar to denim, allowed me to move without worrying about branches. The comfort was also great, a far cry from the thin shoes and undergarments I used to wear. Just wearing them made me happy. We would depart through the northern gate. A small child was leaving, but no one stopped me. With high spirits, I began to walk. This was my first expedition. Although it wasn't a journey that would take days to return from, it was still a long distance. Unlike usual hunts, which were done on the way back from a short distance, this was a trip for gathering. I hoped something would change on this expedition, which is why I accepted it. I wanted to change my stagnant life somehow. For a while, the fields stretched out. At this time of year, after the harvest, nothing was planted. About a month ago, golden ears of wheat swayed in the wind. It was probably wheat that was planted. However, it was a 150 kilometers journey. How long would it take to walk? If an adult walks 4 kilometers per hour, it would take 37.5 hours without a break. With my young body, it would take even longer, possibly more than double. Moreover, I would be walking through the forest, not on a road. I would need rest. Should I prepare for a journey of more than a week? Just as I thought this, I realized something. If I flew, the terrain wouldn't matter. Flying at full speed, I could be faster than an adult running. Realizing this, I immediately leaped into the sky and began flying north. I made a slight mistake. Flying was good, but I wasn't hiding. As a result, I was targeted by a large bird. At first, it looked like a black dot in the distance. But as it grew larger, I realized it was a bird with white wings. Screech! Screech! In the next moment, it dove at my stomach. I barely managed to block its beak. Whoa, that was close. I panicked and held onto the beak. I immediately used telekinesis to throw it far away. The large bird, its flapping stopped, fell to the ground. It was big. Its wingspan was probably about 2 meters. It had a brown body, a sharp black beak, and large, powerful claws. I should probably hide while flying. Just as I thought this, something appeared at the edge of my vision. I realized something was approaching from below. It was the same bird from before. I quickly increased my speed to almost full. Then, I turned invisible. The bird, surprised by my disappearance, flew around for a while before heading back to where it had been. I let out a sigh of relief. I could have killed it, but I wasn't hungry. It would be a waste to leave it behind. After turning invisible, I wasn't attacked by any more raptors. I was once again reminded of the versatility of the invisibility spell. After about 3 hours, I seemed to have reached Mount Kazoo. I judged this by comparing the surrounding mountains with the map I received from the shop owner. It was probably close to noon. I decided to have a meal and rummaged through my bag. Inside was some dried meat, similar to soft beef jerky. I started to chew on it, but it was tough. I wanted some water. When I went down to the river, it was just as I had heard, various stones were flowing. I cupped the water in my hands. It didn't seem murky, and it didn't have a strange smell when I brought it close to my nose. Just to be safe, I filtered it. I used magic to create a cylindrical container and filled it with stones of various sizes. I poured the water over it and drank the water that came out from the bottom. I also decided to boil it. I created a stone container and heated it from below. A little boiling would be enough. It was a kind of placebo, but it made me feel better. The water tasted good and had no strange flavor. Magic is convenient. With my stomach settled, I began my exploration. The goal this time was raw jade. As I could see, large stones were lined up at the bottom of the river. The paper I received from the shop owner had a picture of the target stone. It was a whitish stone that was hard to break but soft, and it would shine when polished. It was something like that. I should have asked to see a sample, as I wasn't sure if it was in the store. Even looking at them, there were several candidates. However, it was hard to tell. Stones generally look the same except for their color. Moreover, some had white streaks or vague web-like patterns, and I wasn't sure if they met the criteria. This was my first time. It was inevitable to make mistakes. I scolded myself and started putting what seemed to be the right stones into my bag. The bag quickly filled up. It was heavy. The bag, about the size of my torso, probably weighed around 10 kilograms. I couldn't carry it with my hands anymore. I used telekinesis to place it by the river and took a short break. The sound of water flowing echoed. The water was abundant, and in the deeper parts, it reached my waist. There were fish. They didn't seem to be scared and didn't flee much when I approached and disturbed the water. This place could be a good fishing spot for a while. However, there was no need to come this far just for that. The rustling of the trees and the chirping of small birds could be heard. I still had to fly for about 3 more hours, carrying the heavy stones. I decided to take a short break. Thinking about it, I looked for a place to take a nap in the trees, as usual. The forest was always calming. After sleeping for about 15 minutes, I stretched and thought it was time to head back. There was nothing else to do. I would return, exchange the stones for money, and call it a day. I looked around, my hair fluttering in the cool breeze. I couldn't stop yawning. That's when I noticed something was off. There were no fish. The birds had stopped singing. For a moment, I thought it might be the time of day, but it was unlikely for this time in the afternoon, even if it were night. I had a bad feeling. Instinctively, I spread my magic around. I sensed something in the water, especially in the deeper parts. I couldn't make out its shape. My magic seemed to dissolve and disappear. I immediately tried to retreat to the sky. Or, I tried to. A long tail attacked me. I used telekinesis to create a barrier. However, the barrier was torn like paper. It was a monster. I managed to defend myself with my arms, but the impact was too strong. I was knocked down and landed with a thud in the mud by the river. Ouch! I was momentarily breathless. My arm was numb, and my back, where I landed, was in terrible pain, making it hard to stand. Stars danced in front of my eyes. Ah, come on. Just as I was about to leave, this happened. Looking towards the river, I met the eyes of a snake. The attack had stripped away my invisibility spell, allowing it to see me. This must be the giant snake I had heard about. Its head was about 1 meter high, and its large yellow eyes were glaring at me. It was probably sniffing the air with its tongue, trying to determine if I was edible. It decided I was edible. The giant snake opened its large mouth and lunged at me, trying to swallow me whole. I rolled to avoid it. I couldn't be eaten yet. It glared at me. It didn't like that its prey had escaped. I was still a bit unsteady, but I managed to stand up and catch my breath. The fact that my magic was dissolved and my invisibility spell was stripped away meant this was a monster that could handle ki. It wouldn't be affected by weak magic. It wouldn't use magic, but its strength was a problem. Magic wouldn't work on this thing. It wasn't that it didn't work, but using too much magic would leave me exhausted and unable to return home today. So, I wrapped myself in ki. I felt a surge of power, and the pain in my back disappeared. Seeing me wrapped in ki, the giant snake hesitated for a moment. But it quickly recovered and lunged at me again. I jumped to the side and punched its side. A dull thud echoed, and the snake was sent flying. It crashed into a rock ahead. After a few convulsions, it tried to attack me again, bending its neck. I wouldn't let that happen. I focused ki in my legs and jumped right in front of its head. The snake froze, unable to react. I didn't miss this opportunity. I kicked the ground and launched a kick at its jaw. The snake's head snapped back, and the powerful muscles rippled, transmitting the force to my leg. I put all my strength into my right arm and punched the snake's belly. The punch easily penetrated the hard skin, thanks to the ki. Roar! A scream-like noise echoed. My arm was covered in blood. The snake's head swung down, trying to crush me, but it lacked the force it had used to knock me down. I dodged to the side, and a moment later, its head hit the ground with a thud, shaking the air around it. I kept my distance to avoid being caught in the snake's thrashing. It was thrashing around, uprooting trees and turning the river red with blood from its small but bleeding wound. I decided to finish it off. It had come to eat me, to kill me. I should kill it. But I had almost no means to deal a fatal blow. I couldn't decapitate it as usual because magic didn't work. I might be able to use a lot of magic to penetrate it, but that would leave me drained and unable to return home today. Opening a hole in its body, as I did earlier, wouldn't be fatal unless done multiple times. It would eventually die, but it was troublesome and dangerous. I would only do it as a last resort. Infusing a dagger with ki was the same. The small blade, suitable for dissecting small animals, would only create a small wound. Then I had an idea. I suppressed my ki and flew into the sky, spreading my magic again. The magic was dissolved, and the spells were cancelled, but objects weren't. I used telekinesis to lift a log that the snake had broken. It was quite heavy, and thanks to the snake, I had plenty of ammunition. Roar! I aimed at the thrashing snake's head and launched several logs. The magic was cancelled, but the momentum wasn't. A dull thud echoed as the logs embedded themselves in the snake's neck. After 3 hits, The snake stopped moving, except for its tail, which was still twitching. Was it dead? I used a wind blade to cut off its tail, which was easily severed. It no longer seemed to be infused with ki. I was tired. My whole body ached. I had bruises on my arms, and I probably had them on my back too. I treated the minor scrapes on the spot. I wouldn't use ki for the rest of the day. Looking behind me, I saw the giant snake's corpse. According to the shop owner, the fangs, skin, and a water storing sack inside the body could be sold. I would start with those. It was extra work, but it would earn me money, and it was an experience. I used magic to dissect the body. I didn't know the proper way to do it, and the stone shop owner had only said to cut it out roughly. Inside the gills, connected to the mouth, was a rubber-like sac. It was impermeable and stretchy, useful for various purposes. I broke off the fangs at the base. Some meat was attached, but that was fine. The skin. I gave up. I didn't want to cut out just a part, and I didn't know how to carry a 10-meter-long piece. Besides, it was too much trouble to cut out. After dissecting, I had another problem. What to do with the rest of the corpse? The shop owner had said the snake's meat was edible. I had killed the giant snake that had come to eat me. I thought it was polite to eat it, and I was curious about the taste. But I couldn't finish such a large amount. I decided to cut off some of the tail meat and try to cook it. But it was no good. The problem was that I couldn't bite through it. My teeth could penetrate, but the flexible muscle fibers wouldn't tear, making it impossible to break it down in my mouth. The flavor that seeped out was quite good, but it was impossible to eat. It seemed non-toxic and edible, but I needed a stronger jaw. It was a different story. I would complain to the shop owner later. Food grudges are scary. In the end, I used magic to cut the meat into small pieces and swallowed them. I couldn't eat it, and the problem wasn't solved. What should I do? Thinking about it, I looked at the remaining snake corpse and was surprised. The hawk that had attacked me in the morning was pecking at the snake's body. I see, they would eat the rest. I hoped so. Nature is amazing. Even though I couldn't eat it. By night, I had already arrived at my dwelling. Covered in dust, I threw my tired body onto the floor strewn with small stones. I was exhausted from the expedition, but even more so from the battle. This was my first battle with a monster since coming to this town. It was the second time, but unlike the previous encounter, this one was a poor match for me. With my main strength being magic, and that too self-taught, it was tough to face an opponent who wielded fighting spirit. Fortunately, I managed to get through this time, but I couldn't be sure about the next. Even this time, if I had been swallowed immediately after being knocked down, it would have been over. I remember Shim once saying, even a group of weak warriors can become a formidable opponent if they have a single midge. But what about me now? I couldn't face a monster that wielded fighting spirit with just magic. I could have easily crushed it with fighting spirit, but that's not how a mage should fight. I need to strengthen my combat capabilities. Especially if I plan to continue making a living by gathering resources. Expeditions are essential, and the number of battles will likely increase. Even if I increase my daily training, it will only toughen my body. I also need to consider training in martial arts and magic. While thinking about these things, I must have been exhausted. Suddenly, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, it was the next morning. Here you go. After waking up and having a quick meal, I immediately went to sell the jade. Even though the morning market had just opened, the shopkeeper was already there. I always wonder, when does this person sleep? Home. You brought it already, huh? The shopkeeper, who was understandably not very energetic in the morning, looked at the stone that seemed to be raw jade with a lazy gaze. He picked it up and examined it from all angles, tapping it to hear the sound, and scratching it to check the surface against his own nails. This is how he appraises it, I suppose. He pushed most of the stones to the edge of the counter. The ones left behind, when combined, didn't even weigh a kilogram. These two are raw jade. What about the rest of the waste stones? They're not even worth half a copper coin, so you'll have to exchange them for some items. Huh. Just these. I widened my eyes. I was prepared for some to be rejected, but I didn't expect almost all of them to be. When I said this, the shopkeeper replied expressionlessly. Yeah. That's all. For a first-timer, it's not bad to have a hit. Ah, is that how it works? From my experience, this shopkeeper is fair in such matters. That's how it is, I guess. Then, I'll just throw away the waste stones. Do I need to pay to have them taken away? Nope. They're hard stones that can be used for construction. They have some use. Saying this, the shopkeeper tossed the waste stones into a box beside him. A high-pitched sound echoed. The jade is worth 6 silver coins in total. Smaller coins would be better, but... What? That much? The shopkeeper sighed, looking exasperated. It's not a daily necessity, but a luxury item. Of course, it's expensive. Ah, I see. What has my life been up to until now? I should have started earlier. So, what do you want to do? Huh. Are silver coins alone enough for the payment? Why yes, that's fine. Ignoring my shock and dazed state, the shopkeeper counted out the silver coins. When I took them, he smiled and said, "Thanks for the business." It was the first time I heard this greeting from him. Oh, by the way. I almost forgot in the shock of the jade's price. I have these too. Here you go. I placed the fangs and water sack I had taken from the giant snake on the counter. I had forgotten to take them out of the bag I was carrying. Home. The shopkeeper picked up the fangs and examined them closely. I've been seeing his surprised face a lot since yesterday. Fangs and a water sack from a giant snake. So, you encountered one? Yes, it attacked me on my way back home. He spread out the water sack, which was as big as a human torso, to check the material. I wonder what he's looking for by holding it up to the light. No tears in the water sack, and the fangs are in good condition. He suddenly looked at me. What about the skin? It was too big to carry home. Well, can't be helped. So, do you want payment for these too? Yes, please. And if possible, use fewer coins. The shopkeeper walked silently to the safe, put the materials in a leather bag, and stored it. He then brought out a few coins. Here you go. 5 silver coins. Really? Contrary to my words, I wasn't as surprised this time, thanks to the jade incident. No extra damage, and they're in good condition. It's a fair price. It's nice to be praised by this shopkeeper. He doesn't seem to flatter people. However, a total of 11 silver coins. I've heard that an average household earns about 20 silver coins a month, so I've made more than half a month's worth in one day. So, if you can handle rough work, I can introduce you to other gathering spots where you can earn more. What do you think? Other ones? Yes, this time, I introduced you to a place in Mount Cos where you wouldn't have to fight. Giant snakes do appear, but sightings were rare. That was unfortunate, wasn't it? But if you can fight to some extent, it's a different story. I can introduce you to a more profitable place. I pondered this. I placed my hand on my lips to organize my thoughts. The giant snake is dead, and as long as there are no other monsters, that place should be safe for gathering for a while. Using this experience, I can gather jade again without making the same mistake. This way, I can earn a larger amount. Even though it takes 6 hours round trip, earning more than 10 silver coins a day is more than enough. However, I took this job because I was tired of the same routine. Gathering jade is profitable, but if I keep doing it, I'll end up in the same situation. So, the answer is clear. Even if it's a bit dangerous, I should do it. Then, please introduce me. Home. The shopkeeper smiled thinly and spread out a piece of paper on the counter. Are you sure? What do you mean? The shopkeeper stopped his hand, which was holding a quill, and frowned at me. Look, introducing such a job to a kid like you. He was indirectly asking, do you look like you can fight? First, I'm a small child, about 6 years old. In my previous life, I was a child just starting or about to start elementary school, and in this world, I'm still too young to work in the city. The shopkeeper laughed heartily, a face I hadn't seen before. Ha ha ha. I don't care about that. I do business with anyone. Whether you're a kid or not, if you can do it, I'll let you do it. Stopping his laughter, he still smiled and continued. Besides, it would be a waste to give a job like this to a kid who can talk and is a midge. It seems I had been highly evaluated without realizing it. So, you just need to catch the fish, right? Yes, after catching them, treat them the same way as the previous fish. The deal was made. This time, the target is a fish, which is apparently highly valued as a preventive medicine for a disease that periodically breaks out. This time, it's a bit closer than yesterday, so I can go now. I left the stone shop with high spirits. Last time, it was gathering, but this time, it's hunting. I smiled, thinking that the days ahead would be full of excitement. Oh, I forgot to complain about the giant snake's meat. After about 30 minutes of travel, we arrived at the river where the fish were said to be. Looking at the clear stream, I could see carp-like fish swimming here and there. This is what I need to catch. As I thought this, I began to survey the surroundings. My magic sensing ability is reliable. For now, there don't seem to be any monsters around. I don't plan on staying long, but I can focus on hunting for a while. Using telekinesis, I caught about 5 fish. I killed the wriggling fish one by one in midair, then bled them. I once heard that it's better to cut the nerves before bleeding them, but since the shop owner said the old method is fine, it should be okay. Naturally, the surroundings were stained with blood. The river turned red. I packed the fish, whose bleeding had stopped, into the bag I brought, being careful not to damage them. I also put in some ice I made by freezing the river water. As long as they are wrapped in my magic, they will stay cold. I thought about leaving quickly, but it seems the blood attracted something. My magic sensing ability picked up a reaction. A feeling of being pushed back. It's a monster that uses magic. I had heard from the shop owner about the characteristics of the monsters that appear around here. Ratgulls. In terms of meaning, they are like ratbirds. 4 of them flew out of the bushes, screeching. I knew they would come from there, so I dodged and launched blades of wind. One of their heads flew off. The headless body continued its momentum and dove into the river, floating away. The fish will probably eat it. Of the remaining 3, the magic around the one at the back was pushed back. It seems to be using magic. I used telekinesis to restrain and hang the other 2 upside down. They flapped their wings in resistance, but it didn't break the restraint. I decapitated them in the same way. Blood gushed out and rained down on the last one. Ignoring the blood of its companions, a spell was cast. I had heard beforehand that ratbirds can cast a spell of hot wind. Gawa! With a scream, a warm wind blew. I quickly fixed the air a few meters in front of me to create a shield. The next moment, the hot wind from the ratbird burned the ground and the surrounding trees. It was a powerful attack. The ground around the ratbird was scorched in a radial pattern. I was safe behind the barrier, but if I had received the attack without protection, I would have suffered severe burns. I was chilled to the bone at the thought of it. I had casually said I wanted to see what magic they could use, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. A light sigh escaped me. It seems they can't cast it in quick succession. The remaining rat bird, seeing the disadvantage, tried to escape. I calmly decapitated it as usual. I proceeded to dissect the killed prey as usual. I am familiar with dissecting birds. The rat bird, as its name suggests, has the appearance of a chicken and the skin of a rat. This time, I didn't need to pluck the feathers, but the skin was thick and hard to remove. It took longer than usual. It took more time to dissect the birds than to catch the fish. Is this okay for me? I ate one of the birds for lunch. The taste was that of a chicken, completely unrelated to rats, and it was very delicious. This exploration went smoothly. It seems that as long as the monsters use magic, I can defeat them without any problems. The issue is with monsters that use ki, like the giant snake. How do mags deal with such monsters? SHIUM's lessons are geared towards warriors who use ki, and there was nothing about magic. It makes sense since SHIUM can't use it. If I could study somewhere, that would be great. I arrived at the stone house before sunset. Indeed, saving time on the way there and back, and finishing the hunt nearby, makes it convenient. If the reward is about the same as jade, it would be a very profitable job. As I approached the door, a voice called out from behind me. Hey, Crow, are you here to cash in? It was Hiro. Ruko was standing next to him. Hiro was grinning smugly, carrying a cloth bag. Huh. You're wearing some nice clothes. Using the money you monopolized to live a good life, huh? Though he was being sarcastic, his mouth was smiling. He seemed to be in a good mood. I bought them here the day before yesterday. They are good for moving around in the forest. I didn't respond to the sarcasm. If I did, it would only lead to more trouble. Huh. Just wait. We'll take all the money you've been hoarding through dirty means. Hiro glared at me and pushed past me into the stone house. Ruko followed behind. She quietly apologized. The gesture of putting her hands together in a prayer-like manner is apparently a way to apologize in this world. The door was roughly opened, and Hiro slid in. What should I do? I came to sell the fish I caught, but it would be awkward to go in with them. I could go in if it was just Ruko, but with Hiro, it's a bit unpleasant. I hesitated for a while. I'll wait until Hiro comes out. As I was waiting, a loud voice suddenly came from inside the shop. Why? Why does he always get the good stuff? Is it because it's ours that it's not allowed? Hiro's voice echoed. The poorly constructed building seemed to shake from the loud voice. I had a bad feeling. He is most likely me. It's fine, come on. Ruko's voice trying to calm Hiro could be heard. Then, Ruko opened the door. I made eye contact with Hiro. Hiro, who was momentarily surprised, quickly changed to an angry expression and came up to me. Again. Are you in the way again? But I had no idea what he meant. What was he talking about being in the way? Hey, you're back. The shop owner called out to me, completely ignoring the angry Hiro. Yes. A little while ago. No, shouldn't you deal with the angry kid first before talking to me? It seemed the shop owner read my mind, or it was part of the plan, as he sighed and called out to me. You came at just the right time. Show me the fish you caught. Fish. Hiro reacted to the mention of fish. Something must have happened. I handed the bag of fish to the shop owner as instructed. Hiro glared at me the whole time as I passed by. Here, please. The shop owner transferred the fish, along with the ice, into a large box. The magic effect had worn off, so it was now ordinary ice that would melt. Different species, but take a look. Next to the box, he placed a different fish. It was shaped like a large trout with spots on its sides. The shop owner continued as he ran his finger along the belly. First, the belly is soft. The freshness is already bad. It's been a while since it was caught. Well, I caught it in the morning. Whether you caught it in the morning or the afternoon, the freshness is still bad. Hiro was cut off mid-sentence and fell silent, looking bitter. The shop owner showed the silver on his finger, which had come off from rubbing against rocks or the ground. It must have struggled, rubbing against rocks or the ground. The scales are off and it's scratched, making it look bad. It struggled a lot when I caught it. That's why I'm saying the value has dropped. The reason doesn't matter. Unable to finish his sentence or find a way to argue, Hiro's energy quickly drained away. Ruko, standing next to him, listened with interest. Are you saying that the fish this child caught doesn't have such issues? Yes. The shop owner turned to Ruko and answered clearly. The poor freshness and bad appearance that I mentioned earlier are not seen in this child's fish. That's why. The shop owner scooped up the ice and let it fall back into the box. He goes to such lengths. Even if we exclude the difference in species, the price will naturally be different. I see. The condition is different. It's the difference in handling, right? Yes. If I ignore that and lower the quality, and then get complaints about the low price, it's a problem. The latter part was directed at Hiro. Hiro pouted and looked away. But, Hiro. Ruko smiled at Hiro. This time it didn't work out, but next time, be more careful when you bring it. If you do, then. She pointed at me with her thumb. You might be able to live a little better, like him. TCH here. Hiro managed to respond and left the shop without a word. Ruko followed. So, can I exchange this for money? The shop owner, who had silently watched them leave, continued the conversation as if nothing had happened. Yes, please. The shop owner took out 5 silver coins from the safe. 1 silver coin per fish. Thank you. I put the coins in the leather bag at my waist. The silver coins were starting to add up. So, what happened? I asked with a smile, but the shop owner, without looking at me, started talking as if it was just casual conversation. You probably already know. When I prepared items that matched the quality of the fish they brought, they complained that there were too few. That's all. But if that was all, there would be no need to go through such an explanation to make them understand. At least, the shop owner wouldn't have done that before. That was for you to hear. For me. If I hadn't been there, there would have been no such study session. You came at just the right time. Bring good prey in the future. Ah, yes, I understand. If all I need to do is hang them and decapitate them, I can do it every time without any problems. By the way, you said the fish I caught this time can be used to prevent illness. Yes. The shop owner, sitting in a chair and looking at the warehouse, answered. From this time of year, 3-day fever starts to spread. You can sell as much as you catch. What is 3-day fever? I've never seen it. I've never seen it in the village, and I've never had it. I think. Maybe I just don't know. It's just as the name suggests. You get a fever every 3 days, and it goes down quickly. Weak people die after 3 or 4 fevers. That's the illness. I've never seen a patient with such a severe fever. I've never heard of it. You came to the slums about half a year ago, right? Where were you before that? Well, I think it was one of the pioneer villages, but I'm not sure where. I can reveal this much. Then, it's near Nug. That's why. There are no patients in the pioneer villages, apparently. I see. Maybe I've just been lucky so far. Oh, I remember. The giant snake's meat. Changing the subject, can I complain? Oh. The shop owner blinked in surprise. Maybe it's rare for me to complain. The meat of that snake couldn't be eaten. I glared at the shop owner, who frowned. There's no way. It's based on a report from a party that defeated the same monster in a different place, But I can't back down when it comes to food. I tried to cook it, but it was too tough to eat. It was a struggle just to swallow it. The shop owner froze for a moment, then laughed softly. I see. You cooked it. You cooked it, right? He nodded to himself, as if understanding something. What is he understanding on his own? Indeed, small snakes can be cooked and eaten, but a snake that big can't be cooked and eaten. Huh. It was a matter of how to cook it. The shop owner scratched his head in thought and then spoke with determination. There was a flaw in the information I gave you. I'll give you more detailed information when you come again. Tomorrow, around noon, come. Can't it be now? It's hard to prepare on the spot. Just come tomorrow. I understand. It's not clear, but that's how it is, I guess. It's the first time the shop owner has asked me to come. It probably won't be bad. Thinking this, I decided to wait until tomorrow. I woke up after the sun had fully risen. 2 days of adventure in a row, and today is a break. I could go out, but I have an appointment at a shikora yacht at noon. What should I do until then? What did I usually do on days when I did nothing? I vaguely remember going hunting in the morning, doing my daily training, and then just sleeping. Thinking back, that's all I did. I'll go hunting for breakfast and then take a casual walk. With that thought, I head straight for the forest. All right. I jump up with a shout, brush off my clothes lightly, and a bit of dust rose like smoke. While I'm at it, maybe I'll change into my old clothes and wash these. The door creaks as I step out of my dwelling. Looking back, I see the familiar shack. It was an abandoned house I had moved into, but it turned out to be quite comfortable. I don't know how the previous resident used it, but the inside was mostly empty, with only a layer of dust. I wonder if it's okay to move in like this, but apparently, in this slum, everyone does something similar. People move in and out without notice, and if someone needs a place, they fix it up and expand it. That's how everyone lives. No one ever criticizes it. After walking a bit, I unexpectedly ran into someone.
audiobook.
Hey, you seem to be in good spirits today. Ruko raised her worn sleeve and showed herself. Good morning. It's rare to see you alone. It's not that unusual. We don't always go together. Ruko scratched her dark blonde hair and smiled sheepishly. Actually, that's perfect. I have a favor to ask. She looked away after saying that, as if she was hesitating. A favor. Still, it's unusual. In fact, it's the first time. I've probably never had a proper conversation with Ruko before. I usually act with Hyo, so I hardly ever get close to her, and when she's alone, I just nod and pass by. What could she want from me? It's not a big deal. Ruko's gaze drifted away, not meeting mine. After a while, she looked at me determinedly, bowed, and pleaded. Where did you get the ice from yesterday? Huh. The ice from yesterday was the one I used to keep things cold. Does she want it? I remembered then that Ruko, unlike Hyo, had been interested in the shop owner's talk yesterday. I see, she's started to care about the quality of the game. Do you mean the ice used to chill the fish? Yes, that. I thought about it all night, trying to figure out how to get it, but I couldn't. So, I thought I'd ask someone who has it. She looked up and said with a wry smile. If she asks where, I'll have to tell her I made it. As I was pondering this, Ruko continued, perhaps thinking of something. Hey, maybe we can trade for something. Though, I bet you have better stuff than me. Well, that's fine, but... After a moment's thought, I decided to tell the truth. I made it with magic. Magic. You can use it. Her eyes widened in surprise. A different reaction from Hyo. Yes, to some extent. So, you use that magic to catch birds and fish? Yes. I see. No wonder you can easily get all sorts of things. No wonder you don't need to steal. Ruko spoke excitedly. Now, what should I do next? But. Her enthusiasm suddenly dropped. She's a moody person. So, we can't get ice. Well, if you need it, I could sell her some ice. I don't think it would fetch much at Ishikura, but I could sell it at a higher price to those who need it. I was about to say this, but Ruko seemed to be thinking and looked down. Then, she suddenly looked up and said, well, for freshness, you just need to bring it quickly after catching it, or cook it. Thanks. Sorry for holding you up. See you later. She said quickly and hurried away. I couldn't call out to her and just watched her go, dazed. For breakfast, I had fish. I gutted it casually, skewered it on a stick, and grilled it. The grilled, fragrant flesh was a bit dry, probably because it didn't have much fat. I still prefer meat over fish. Hey, you're here. When I entered Ishikura around noon, the shop owner was waiting. Hello. I came as you said. What additional information do you have about the giant snake? There are a few things that can't be said or done here, but I ask anyway. You probably have an idea, but look at this. He showed me something that looked like grilled eel on a skewer, split fan-like. Is this a snake? Yes. It's not a giant snake or a monster, but it's a fairly large snake. Can I eat it? Since he offered it, I can probably eat it, but I don't want to be scolded afterward. The shop owner nodded quietly. Try it. Okay. I opened my mouth wide and bit into the end. It had a soft texture and easily fell apart in my mouth. The sauce seemed to be just salty. As I chewed, confirming the taste, the shop owner asked, you can eat this. I nodded without opening my mouth. You'll understand when you eat it. Snake meat is edible. I swallowed. There were a few small bones, but it had a texture like grilled eel. Is it because it's a small one? While eating the rest, I decided to listen to the rest of the shop owner's explanation. No, it's about the cooking method. Do you need to prepare it in a certain way? More important than preparation is how you cook it. You said you grilled the giant snake last time. Yes. I remember you said it couldn't be eaten even when grilled. Right. This is a skewer, but it's not just grilled. It's steamed first. It really is like a grilled eel from Kanto. So, the giant snake needed to be steamed as well. Yes. A small snake can be grilled and eaten because the meat is still soft. But, the shop owner continued. Once a snake gets to a certain size, that's not enough. You need to boil or steam it, using hot water to process it. Does it get too tough otherwise? Yes, that's why the giant snake couldn't be eaten. There was a flaw on my part, but the main reason was your lack of knowledge. The shop owner stared at me, his expression unreadable. Where do you think I bought this? From a restaurant outside the slum. Close, but no. The shop owner sighed. From a deli in the commercial district. A deli, I imagine, is a place where you can find dishes like tempura, fried foods, and boiled vegetables. This knowledge is from my time in Japan, but it's probably not far off. I doubt they have tempura or boiled vegetables here. The shop owner, as if lecturing me, said. Maybe you only know the slum in this city. No, that's not. I hesitated. Wait, it's true that for the past few months, I've only been going back and forth between the slum and the forest. I only walked around the city when I first arrived. By walking through the commercial district, you'll see the products there, even if you don't remember the exact locations. You should have a general idea of what's sold where. Yes. He's right. Even though I said I wanted to do something different, I didn't even walk around. I had no excuse for being too busy with life. I was probably just lazy. However, it was surprising to hear such a lecture from this shop owner. Until recently, he only spoke the minimum necessary. Well, I'm not going to tell you to go study outside or anything. But you're still young and small. You could do age-appropriate things and have some fun. Is that so? Of course, you can work and be my cash cow if you want. The shop owner grinned, showing his yellow teeth. I left the shop and looked in the direction of the main street. There, towering over the low buildings of the slum, were large towers. I don't even know what they are. Indeed, I need to learn more about the city. Deciding to do so, I immediately set out to explore the town. It's understandable not to know. It means there's still something to learn. If you think positively, it means there's still something to learn. I can start studying now. I stand at the boundary between the slums and the town. Outside, the scenery changes completely, with proper buildings and roads. There are people, though not many. It's a stark contrast to the desolate and run-down slums. I take a step outside. When I came here, I saw a man who couldn't step into the slums. How different is it to take a step from here? I don't know. But I remember the excitement I felt when I came to this town. I can experience it again. Thinking about that, this step felt light. Looking to the right and left, I see shops I've never seen before. Well, I have seen them, but only once, so it's fair to say I've never seen them. There was a shop where rolls of fabric were displayed vertically. At first, I thought they were selling fabric, but that wasn't the case. Watching, I saw customers choosing colorful and patterned fabrics. Once they decided, they called a staff member, who took simple measurements on the spot. It was a custom clothing shop. In the back, a staff member was cutting and sewing fabric with impressive skill. It seemed they couldn't deliver it right away, as the customers left empty-handed. However, the staff member said, "See you tomorrow, so it must be ready by today." There was a shop with a sign that read "Rain Shop." There were no products displayed at the front, and a person who looked like a staff member was sitting still. In front of them, a glass bottle was placed on a small table. The staff member kept looking at the bottle, which seemed to contain some liquid, and then looking up at the sky. I couldn't figure out what kind of shop it was, and no customers appeared for a while. As I watched, the staff member suddenly took out something like a notebook and started writing with charcoal. I couldn't get close to peek, so I still don't know what they were doing. What kind of shop is this? Finally, a customer entered, paid, and received what looked like a note. What was that? There are various shops, but in addition, there are small resting places. They serve as playgrounds for children who can't work yet. There's even a pond that seems to be fed by a stream from outside. Watching the children play tag and hide and seek, it looked fun. Thinking about it, my appearance should be no different from the children playing there. However, the clothes they wear are all clean. They're dirty with mud and dust but not damaged. If I weren't wearing my exploration clothes, I would stand out. I heard a loud shout, so I peeked into the building. Inside, the guards were training. Their voices were loud and spirited. I became a bit interested. How skilled are the guards in this town? I hid in the shadows, turned invisible, and walked in. No one noticed me. Inside, a mock training exercise to subdue criminals was taking place. It seemed they were simulating a scenario where a wanted person was discovered at a checkpoint and started causing trouble. Several people playing the role of criminals took turns acting out different scenarios. Some suddenly drew weapons, others tried to escape, and some took hostages. It was a variety of scenarios. It was somewhat staged, but it was still quite impressive. Some managed to break free after being subdued. "Excuse me, could you come this way, please?" "Huh." The guard politely guided the criminal to move out of line. The guard didn't intervene until the criminal got out of hand. "It won't take long." The guard signaled to a nearby colleague with a hand gesture. The colleague subtly started to move the line away from the criminal. Hey, what the hell? The criminal revealed their true nature, brandishing a knife and threatening the surroundings. The imposing figure made the threat quite realistic. Urgent backup. One target. Armed. The guard closest to the criminal shouted in one breath, and soldiers quickly rushed from the designated station. In no time, the criminal was subdued, crushed by shields and spears. I watched the entire process, and it was quite interesting. It should be called arrest techniques, I suppose. The handling of weapons is completely different from martial arts like CM. The spear is used as a stick with a blade, and the shield as a board to push against. They use weapons to subdue without killing. This showed one difference between explorers and guards. Of course, if necessary, the shield can protect them, and the blade can easily tear flesh. Watching the training, I thought their skill level was decent. While they couldn't handle someone like Siam or Dene, they could easily subdue someone like Kiich, who is still inexperienced. However, if they faced Siam, the guards' heads would fly off the moment they called for backup. The same would happen with Dene, leaving the guards riddled with holes. I could easily imagine the scene. Maybe Kiich and I were receiving quite luxurious training. Thinking about that, I felt a bit better. The same training continued, so I left the training ground in that mood. The shopping district smelled good. The sweet scent of fruit and the fragrant smell of grilled sauce tickled my nose. These scents were coming from food shops scattered around. These must be the things the stone shop owner mentioned. Indeed, I've never seen this area. I either hunted for food myself or bought it from the stone shop. But there are places like this too. I couldn't resist the curiosity and wandered over to a small fruit shop that caught my eye. On a small table, the same fruit was piled up like a mountain. The shopkeeper was an elderly woman with yellow hair. "Miss, how much is one of those?" She looked around for the source of the voice, saw me a bit lower down, and smiled. Are you shopping? This is 2 iron coins per cup. Do you have them?" She answered with a wink, holding up a large fruit like a tangerine. I handed over 2 iron coins. "Here, please." What a polite child. The shopkeeper cut the top of the fruit in a circular shape, scooped out the flesh in small pieces, and set it in a device like a juicer to turn it into a liquid. She then filtered the liquid through a sieve and poured it back into the fruit's skin. "Here you go. Be careful not to spill it." "Thank you." When I took it, the skin was hard, more like a watermelon, and it held the juice firmly. I thought it was a fruit shop, but it turned out to be a juice shop. The taste was like tangerine juice. It was delicious. I think it would be even better if it were cold. It was quite sour, though. I walked along, but I didn't have any particular destination in mind. However, there was a destination. That tall tower, which I could see all the time. After leaving the stone house, I caught a glimpse of that tower and decided to make it my temporary destination. "Mom! Mom!" Suddenly, a child's cry rang out. Startled, I looked to the source of the voice and saw a child crying right next to me. The child, though, was about my age, or perhaps a little younger, around the age when I would have been about to start elementary school in my previous life. What's wrong?" I couldn't help but ask. However, a crying child wouldn't listen to someone like me. The crying continued. The adults around us paused for a moment, but, perhaps thinking something because I was there, they resumed walking as if nothing had happened. I must have been a nuisance. I used magic to block out the sound. The crying no longer leaked out to the surroundings. After a few minutes of crying and wailing, the child seemed to tire out, and the cries grew quieter. It was probably time. I called out again, though I had a vague idea of why the child was crying. "What's wrong?" "My mom went somewhere." The voice, mixed with sobs, was hard to understand, but the child was lost. What should I do? I had already spoken to the child. Leaving the child alone made me feel uneasy. However, if I took the child with me, it would be troublesome if we got separated from the parents. What's your name? I spoke as kindly as possible, with a smile. Lulu. Lulu answered, still looking down, gripping the hem of her dress and pulling it. Lulu-chan. Then, can you tell me your mom's name? Stoner. Your mom's name is Stoner, right? Lulu nodded, with tears still in the corners of her eyes. How far did you go with your mom? We were shopping. Do you remember what you bought? She shook her head, and the tears increased. It was getting dangerous. Let's go look for her. I thought I should do something to distract her, but nothing came to mind. In the end, we decided to walk and look. If we found a place to leave her, we would do so. However, the only place I could think of was the guard post. Was there something like a police station? Which way did you come from? Lulu pointed to the middle of the shopping district, indicating the way back. I thought about giving her a piggyback to make her more visible, but we were about the same size. I could give her a piggyback, but it wouldn't make her much taller. As a result, we ended up shouting her name loudly. I asked Lulu to help. I used my fighting spirit to make my voice a bit louder and continued shouting. Stoner. Lulu's mom. Stoner. Mom. Mom. Even so, a child's voice calling for someone is noticeable. The key was for this voice to reach Stoner, or someone who knew her. A doubt crossed my mind. Was Stoner really separated from Lulu? An unpleasant thought came to mind. Was Stoner looking for Lulu? Was Lulu in the same situation as me? An unpleasant thought came to mind, for no reason. I had just found a lost child. My unnecessary worry was quickly dispelled. Lulu. A woman with long black hair ran up to Lulu. I tensed, thinking she might be a suspicious person, but it was unnecessary. Mom. Lulu smiled and hugged the woman. This must be Stoner. Where did you go? I told you to stay with me. Without taking time to enjoy the joy of finding her child, Stoner immediately scolded Lulu. She put her hands on Lulu's shoulders, knelt down to her eye level, and continued to explain how worried she had been and how dangerous it was to be alone. A few minutes must have passed. Staring in shock, I felt Stoner's gaze pierce me. Who is this? It seemed she had just noticed me. She'd asked Lulu about me. I realized I hadn't told Lulu anything about myself. I am Big Brother. He helped me look for Mom. Lulu interrupted me and introduced me. Home. You are? Stoner looked me over from head to toe a few times and immediately frowned. Are you from the slums? Yes, but... Before I could say anything, Stoner immediately pulled Lulu up. Let's go, Lulu. She urged Lulu to leave, avoiding eye contact with me. Lulu, looking confused, started to walk with Stoner. What's wrong? You shouldn't interact with people from the slums. But... Stoner continued to pull Lulu's hand, stopping her from protesting. Lulu looked back and forth between her mother and me, with a puzzled expression, and then waved. Bye, Big Brother. Stoner, hearing this, quickened her pace. The two of them soon disappeared into the distance, becoming tiny dots. What just happened? I stood there, dumbfounded, watching them go. Stoner had become cold as soon as she found out I lived in the slums. That's how it felt. I didn't know this because I had always lived in the slums, but perhaps the slums were so disliked. I knew that some residents committed theft and robbery, and that the slums were disliked because of this. However, I, a child who hadn't committed any crimes, was disliked to this extent. It was an unpleasant experience, to be met with direct hostility. I tried not to let it bother me and turned around. I walked quickly through the shopping district. I tried not to let it bother me. I tried to pretend it didn't bother me, but for some reason, I was afraid of the gazes around me. My steps were a bit heavy. I thought about going back, but I still wanted to reach today's destination. Look, the tower is close. If I reach that tower, I can go home today. I entered the residential area after the shopping district. The town was made of stone, somewhat organized. The streets were dirty with small trash, but not in ruins. I was curious about what the inside of the houses looked like. I could enter with an invisibility spell. However, for some reason, I felt I shouldn't. I hesitated, even though I had freely entered houses in the village. It was strange. What was different? I had stolen salt and clothes to live. Theft was a part of my life. I had even entered the guard training ground without hesitation earlier. Why was I feeling guilty now? I tilted my head, but no answer came to mind. For some reason, Lulu and Stoner's backs came to mind. I decided not to enter the houses and hurried on. The tower was close. I passed through the area with workshops. There were more short, muscular men on the streets. The sounds of hammers and saws filled the air, the sounds of the craftsmen at work. I was interested, but I was tired today. I wanted to go to the tower and go home. I walked silently, passing by. I envied the energy of the place. How long had it taken to get here? After walking for a while, I finally reached the base of the tower. This was the first street, where the nobles and royal family lived. Of course, there was security. The area was surrounded by a wall about 10 meters high. There were guards at the gate leading from the shopping district. They didn't seem to collect taxes, but they were just monitoring suspicious people. I tried to slip in quietly, but the guard was watching me. Stopping would be suspicious, so I walked past with a casual face. Just a little more, and I could get in. However, the guard stopped me. "Hey, do you have any business ahead?" He leaned in to ask, his hand gripping his spear, a sign of caution. "No, I don't have any particular business." "Then, you can't go in unless you're with someone." "Sorry." He maintained his smile but sent a signal to the guard post behind him. I was definitely being suspected. I couldn't cause a commotion. I didn't think they would let me through just because I wanted to see the tower. It's okay. I decided to go home today. But one last thing. What is that tower? I pointed and asked the guard. The guard followed my finger and looked at me and the tower with a puzzled expression. That tower is the Whitebone Tower. Whitebone Tower. What is it? After a moment's thought, the guard answered. It's where important people who die in this city are placed. Do you know what a ceremony is? It's used for various ceremonies. A cemetery. Sort of, but not exactly. It's like a cemetery for important people. I had learned what I wanted to know. But why? I came here to find out. The guard looked confused and was at a loss for words. Thank you. Good luck with your work. I turned and quickly left. If I looked back at the tower, the guard was watching me with a puzzled expression. My purpose was accomplished. Now, let's go home. I walked back to my residence, ignoring the sounds of hammers, the delicious smells, and the gazes of the people around me. I returned to the entrance of the slums. Now, let's go home. I was about to step in. For some reason, I hesitated. The atmosphere changed, and my feet stopped for a moment. Ah, I see. I now understood how the man whose belongings were stolen felt when he turned back here. The boundary of the world. An invisible line was drawn. I stepped in again. It's okay, I can walk this far. I can step into the slums. When I returned to my residence, it was already dark. This slum is surprisingly comfortable. When I woke up in the morning, that was the first thing I thought. Was it because of yesterday's experience? The soft morning sun hit my face, warm and pleasant. The lack of stairs is nice. There are a few people on the streets, but the fact that no one shows interest when I go outside is good. At least, I don't get mocked for my clothes or appearance. I can live in this slum without any particular problems. I reached that conclusion. So, can I have a job? I asked the owner of the stone shop with a smile. I'm going to work today and earn money. The owner sighed and looked exasperated. What, are you already complaining after just one cold look? Because there's nothing I can do about it, right? I pouted, hanging from the edge of the counter. If changing something about me would stop the discrimination, I could try living outside. I could buy food normally, and it was fun outside. But surely, I would face that kind of discrimination again over something trivial. In reality, it's not discrimination. Since the residents of this slum are a nuisance, it's a necessary distinction from the perspective of those who live decently. But something bothered me. Honestly, I thought I didn't care about such things. I thought I could easily brush them off. But it seems I take them more seriously than I thought. That's why I can't go outside yet. The human heart is a mysterious thing. Well, it doesn't really matter to me. He said that, but the owner didn't look happy. He raised his head as if to regain his composure and looked at me. Still, the best catch right now is the Zangio. Patients are starting to appear, so the demand is increasing. The price is going up again. Fishing again. Should I go to the same place? However, I have a question since there is demand. What is it? Raising an eyebrow, the owner stopped his hand, looking puzzled. Is Zangio not found? It's not. The owner answered casually. Why isn't there a stable supply of a preventive medicine for a disease that recurs every year and is severe? Farming is something the rich with land do. Or they might lease the land to businesses. So farming is done. Yeah, but the rich only farm high-end fish. But even Zangio seems pretty high-end, doesn't it? I get 1 silver coin for each one I catch. How much would it cost at retail? That's not the kind of high-end that's for daily use, it's more like a luxury item. Is it because it tastes good or something? It's not just the taste, but also the appearance and characteristics. In short, it's a business for the royal family and nobility. But even for the royal family and nobility, it's a medicine. Don't the royals need the preventive medicine too? The owner closed one eye and muttered, as if surprised. Oh, right, you didn't know about the 3-day fever. That disease mainly affects the commoners. Only commoners. It's not so much about class as it is about where they live. Like, the 12th district where commoners live. Right. Mainly the eastern part of the city. The slums, and the 6th, 11th, and 12th districts where commoners live, and the 5th district where craftsmen's workshops are concentrated. Of course, it also appears in the surrounding areas. Geographical factors. Food. The climate doesn't vary much, and it's hard to imagine different races in the same city. The owner continued, staring at me as I pondered. That's why the bigwigs don't take the 3-day fever seriously. It doesn't affect them much, and if they're worried, they can just buy a Zangio like now. If they were to farm it, they'd choose high-end fish. Then, why don't the commoners who suffer from the disease try to farm it? They did, I think. The owner looked up at a corner of the ceiling, recalling. I think it was over 20 years ago. Everyone pooled their land and money, hired a farmer, and tried to farm Zangio. If that's the case, why isn't it being done now? I tilted my head. If that's the case, it should have continued. I think the water quality didn't suit them, or the feed didn't, and the fish all died early. It failed. Unfortunately, yes. It cost a lot of capital, and it seems a lot of effort was needed for the equipment and pond maintenance. No one has tried since then. Still, it needs money and manpower. It's needed by the commoners, but it requires large-scale equipment and research, and it's high risk. Shouldn't the rulers be the ones to do this? Well, even if a washed-up old man like me or a kid like you think about it now, the disease won't be solved. Yeah, I guess so. It's a sad reality. I go to the clear stream to catch zangio. Those thin, carp-like fish swim in schools, and a few of them were swimming together. I kill them while bleeding them, just like before. It seemed easy to catch these fish even with fishing or traps. Even an ordinary person could catch them if they wanted to. For an adult, it's not a far distance to walk. It's a hunt that can be completed in a day. But it's not possible. There are monsters. Just that alone prevents those without the means to fight from coming here. While filling the bag with ice, I felt a chill in my head. I exchanged the fish I caught for money at the stone shop. 5 of them. In excellent condition. That's good. The owner checks the fish, stroking their bellies. It's always a tense moment. 1 silver coin and 1/2 silver coin per fish. That's 7 silver coins and 1/2 silver coin in total. The coins are stacked on the counter with a thud. The amount is starting to add up. Can I get some change? I stack more silver coins next to the ones on the counter. A total of 25. That makes 1 gold coin. Sure. The owner counts them and puts them in the safe. Then he takes out 1 gold coin. The fee is 1 iron coin. I hand over an iron coin and exchange it for the gold coin. It was a coin about 2 centimeters in diameter, but it felt heavy. Gold coins are conspicuous. Don't show them easily in front of people. I'll be careful. It's dangerous for a kid like me to have one. Lying on my bed, I gaze at the gold coin. This shiny, unblemished gold coin is the crystallization of all my hard work. I couldn't help but smile. I quickly covered my mouth. No, I can't. Is this the power of gold? I can understand a little how those who are addicted to gold feel. For now, I'll hide it at the bottom of the bag I always carry. I don't want to use it if I can help it. It's insurance. Today, I only earned a few silver coins. That's all the increase in my assets. But I exchanged it for a gold coin. I have insurance now. Just that alone made me incredibly happy. Rolling around on the bed in high spirits, the sun has already set. At that moment, an intruder came to dampen my joy. It entered through the window into the room, now shrouded in twilight. There are no lights in this room. I could buy them, but since I can detect things with magic, it hasn't been a problem, so I've left it as it is. Perhaps that's why this intruder has never come before. There are no lights, and no water source nearby. There's no reason for it to come here. But today, it came without any warning. Making an unpleasant, weak buzzing sound, it came looking for food. In this room, the only food is me. It comes right next to me without trying to hide. It comes through the darkness, looking for my blood. It's a mosquito. When I'm outdoors, I usually try to stay as far away as possible and crush it the moment it touches my skin. But today, I'm in a good mood. It's fine, isn't it? I leave the mosquito that has attached itself to my arm alone. After a while, the mosquito flies away again. I can even tolerate mosquitoes. The power of gold is scary. The loach is a profitable fish. Today, I came to the river where loaches can be caught. I think it's not good to catch them all, but I can't figure out the right balance, so I limit myself to 5 a day. This fish is not needed outside of this season, so as long as it doesn't go extinct, it should come back. Dealing with the ratbirds has become like a routine. Ratbirds aren't very strong. Their movements are like those of ordinary chickens. They're not scary as long as they don't use magic. So, when I encounter one, I just restrain it with telekinesis and cut off its head. As long as I'm careful about surprise attacks,
PMITV
they're no longer a
audiobook.
threat. After repeating the hunt for a few days, I stopped by the stone house before hunting one day. A concern had arisen. Will the price start to drop soon? When I asked the shop owner, he crossed his arms and thought for a moment. After a moment, he grunted and answered with just one word. It will probably drop soon. The reason the price will drop is that the epidemic has been going on for more than 10 days. The prevention period is over, and it's now more about seeking treatment. This year's epidemic is milder than usual, so not much treatment will be needed. Is that so? Yeah, mostly thanks to you. The shop owner smiled. Did I do something? Because of you, there's no shortage of loaches this year. The supply was too much before the demand even started. Oh, so the profit has also decreased, hasn't it? No. The shop owner laughed and puffed out his chest, brimming with confidence. I've already sold out. Up to yesterday, I made a huge profit, unlike any other year. So, he continued. Coming here before hunting today was the right move. The buying price will start to drop from today. Good timing, then. It wasn't because my intuition was sharp, it was just good luck. Do you want to try something different? Should I introduce you to another prey? What should I do? No, I think I'll skip it today. That's unusual. The shop owner sounded surprised. Lately, he seems to have more emotional ups and downs. Yeah. After a cough, I added. I'm not feeling well today. The shop owner looked down and thought for a moment, then said, I see. I bought a blanket at the stone house and returned to my bed. I really am feeling a bit unwell today. It's not so bad that I can't move, just a bit off, but I have chills. Maybe I caught a cold. I think it's the first time in my life. It feels kind of fresh. So, I'll take a break today. It's okay, I have savings. As soon as I wrapped myself in the new blanket and closed my eyes, I fell asleep. It was cold. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty. I must have been really tired, I slept from the morning until now. I brought the water bag I filled in the morning to my mouth and drank it all. It tasted very sweet, probably because I was so thirsty. I need to get more water. There's a well at the edge of the slum. It's a handmade well for the residents, and there are no specific rules, but if you treat it roughly or dirty the water, you might get lynched. Pulling the rope to draw water was very difficult. What made it hard was that my whole body ached. It was the kind of pain people call joint pain. I also had a fever, and my vision distorted a bit when I moved. There was always a tingling sensation at the edges of my vision. This is serious. I wish I could do something with magic, but my head isn't working. There's nothing I can do. I'll buy medicine at the stone house in the morning. I should have bought it during the day. There's no medicine. The shop owner said this bluntly after looking at me. Cough. No medicine. My throat also felt strange. I managed to come to this shop, but it seems it was in vain. We don't keep it in stock because it doesn't sell in this slum. And, the shop owner continued with a bewildered look. You catch them yourself, so why don't you eat one? What are you talking about? I couldn't think clearly because of the dull pain. What do you mean? You have a 3-day fever. Really? What a disaster. Did you know this yesterday? No, I heard you weren't feeling well yesterday, but I thought you were taking precautions. I thought it was just a regular cold. Oh. Come to think of it. If it's a 3-day fever, will you get infected, Mr. Shop Owner? I'm taking precautions. Given his line of work, it's natural for him to interact with people. So, can you arrange for the medicine? I can, but it will take some time. The shop owner crossed his arms and thought. It won't be available until tomorrow morning. Then, I'll take it even if it takes time. No, the shop owner cut me off. He narrowed one eye and furrowed his brow. Wait a bit. I'll arrange a guide to take you to the clinic. A guide. And not medicine. Get treated at the clinic. The cost will be the same as the medicine, but you'll recover today. But, the clinic isn't in the slum, so I'll have to go to the city. I don't really want to go to the city. Just go. Saying that, the shop owner went into the room and wrote something. Then, he went further in, and I heard the window open. He must have contacted someone. It's forceful, but the shop owner is trustworthy. I might as well follow his instructions. I sighed, leaned against the wall, and sat down. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the shop door opened quietly. It's natural for customers to come to a shop, but the person who entered didn't seem to be a customer. Here he is. Long time no see. What's up today? The man, who looked to be in his 40s and was wearing a green cloak, spoke quietly. The shop owner pointed at me and told the man, as if it were a given. Take this guy to the clinic. The one closest to the intersection of 12th Street and 5th Street will do. Understood. The man, with his mouth covered by a scruffy beard, spoke softly and turned to me. Come on, boy. Follow me. And so, I was going to be led by this man, whose identity I didn't know. The guide fee is on me, but you'll have to pay for the treatment yourself. The shop owner said, then slumped into his chair. How much will it be? About 3 silver coins. You won't be asked for it, but make a donation. Ask him for the details. The shop owner nodded at the man, who nodded back. Understood. Honestly, I couldn't understand the shop owner's intentions. I wanted more information. But with my head not working, that was the best I could do. And so, I ended up going to the city again. I really don't want to.